Break out the picnic blanket and pass the watermelon. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is back for day 3 of the Summer Palooza event. Here to serve some fresh squeezed lemonade and keep the ants away is our host, Katrina Ness.
Good morning, I'm Katrina Ness from Northwood University. Grab a spot in the shade because the sun is shining bright on day 3 of our 4-day event. Catch the ice cream truck and order something sweet, and then join us at the picnic table as we begin another day at the Fixed Ops Roundtable's Summer Palooza. Join us by the campfire and interact more with the Fixed Ops Roundtable by using the chat feature on the right side of your screen. Just be sure to select everyone and not just hosts and panelists. Grab your watering can. Here to share his book, Why Auto Service Departments Fail to Grow, is author Don Andres.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There's a lot of great reading material out there, especially right now for the fixed operations community. We have the author of the new book, Why Auto Service Departments Fail to Grow. Don Andres is with us. He is the owner and president of Auto SCT Consulting and Training. Don, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here, Ted. Thanks for the invite. Excited to spend a few minutes with you.
You know, there's nothing like experience, and certainly you've got that experience in the field working with a lot of retailers over many, many years. So, there's a lot of aspects to managing a service operation. So, Don, if you would, I've read the book, but tell our audience, what does the book focus on primarily?
Yeah, probably the simple answer is to get yeses for additional needed services. Now, that satisfies everybody, right? It makes the service department profitable. It gets happy technicians. It keeps retention with service advisors because of good pay. So if the goal is to get approvals for additional needed services, everybody wins. So if there's a primary that now, the minute you say that simple statement, of course, it opens up a vast array of tools and techniques and processes that have to happen to get a consistent or even high level of approvals. And so the book gets into all that. Starts with leadership, And it starts with the idea of understanding what the role is of both the general manager, the owner, as well as the service manager, to put that advisor in a position to get yeses. And then it really walks through every step from the very beginning, the phone call, all the way through to getting those approvals, and including, and I'm proud of this, we talk about when the customer says no. Are we done with trying to get a yes? After that, of course not. There's the active delivery and everything. So the book really hits home a lot on that. But that's probably the crux of it, getting approvals.
It's a very enjoyable read. It's about 95 pages.
Yep.
And it goes quick. Everybody, I would highly recommend it. It's on Amazon.com. And again, Don Andres is the author of the book. Don, I got to ask you, being in the industry all these years, it takes a lot of fortitude to write a book, and you got to be composed. You got to get it all together. Not something that everybody can do. What made you write the book?
So first of all, it took a while. All right. So I started probably 5 years ago because in all honesty, you saw every day the stress and the chaos that would happen. I would go into service departments, and it wasn't on purpose, but it was a chaotic situation, especially that morning write-up time and things of that nature. And so time became the reason in most cases customers and writers didn't connect. Just didn't connect. And when that happened, they got what they got that day, and that was kind of it. Now, I'll be honest with you, it wasn't until the beginning of this year and relaunching my consulting company that I had the time to sit down and march through all the chapters, make sure I hit all the important points. But it was very rewarding to be done. It was very fulfilling. Now, Ed Roberts will tell you, because he gave me some great advice, this is just the beginning now that the manuscript's done. Now you deal with publishers, and all that goes into that. And that was a fun first experience as well.
Yep. Ed wrote his book, and a lot of similarities. There's a great need for on-the-job training, but your book, as does his, talks about leadership training. There's a great need for that, Don. There's a big lack of that, okay, in our industry. Why is that, and why did you decide to help focus on that as well?
Well, it's really interesting. So we typically are going to promote a service manager from a technician or a writer. They did a great job. They're absolutely committed. And because of that, they got great results, right? Whatever that might be. But what we rarely do is allow them to actually get trained up in the leadership side of that. Instead, it becomes this on-the-job training. It becomes this on-the-job training. And I'll be honest with you, they settle into what they're good at. And then they ignore things that they struggle with. Now, the minute you train them, the minute you enlighten them on these other facets of their job and their role, they get it. It clicks, and they become really, really great service managers, service directors. But this on-the-job training is just not healthy when it comes to new service managers, but even veteran guys.
You talk in the book, and we've talked about it on previous panels as well, that engagement time with the customer, how important that is during the write-up. And a lot of the little things, that happen, and a lot of people in the industry, we get away from that. We've gotten over to the service advisor being in an office and, behind a computer. How important is that time spent with a customer, that engagement time, when they're at the dealership?
It's everything. In fact, if there's an area where you get the most declines, it is in fact not money. It is not even time in some cases, it's trust. It's that they're just not sure. The customer's just not sure. So it's easier for them to say no. And so for that reason alone, we know, and gosh, I remember reading Chris Collins' Millionaire Service Advisor, and he talks about petting the dog. It was so true that the minute you engage, the minute you spend time with them and told them, hey, there's some things we got to talk about in your car. Here's what's going to happen today. Just that time. And I think what I really spent a lot of time in the beginning of the book on is creating that time. If you got your head buried in the desktop, or even in the tablet, and you're not connecting with the customer, then the end result is you're just an order taker, and we know what you get with that. So, what does the book say? The book says, look, we're going to really spend a lot of time on creating time during the write-up process. If I can get all the work done, if everything that's important on that write-up is there and is ready to go and is flawlessly prepared, I can move through that prime concern in 10, 15 seconds, and I can get into engagement. Hey, let's talk about your car for just a minute. What's your plans with the vehicle? By the way, here's what's going to happen today. So suddenly I'm into this conversation and I'm getting them up to speed, which, by the way, everybody loves, right? They don't necessarily want to know what's going to happen that day, but boy, do they love understanding what's going to happen today and getting up to speed on that. So that becomes vitally important. So if there's an area in the book that I stress more and more is never be surprised, and your level of preparation decides how successful you're going to be in the engagement of the customer. And once they like you, yeses come pretty good. Yeses come pretty good.
That preparation time you've alluded to now a couple times, that is so important, Don, because if nothing else, it gives the advisor confidence in what they're going to be talking about today, a chance to look at the history, know who's coming in the last time that Don has been in at the dealership, what we may have recommended last time. But to be able to prepare and know who's coming in and sort of have a mental game plan so that you're ready to go when the customer gets there, and that the focus is on them. There's no distractions on other things. And you can really, like you said, spend that quality time to help build the trust.
It really is. I'll make a quick point. All the years I wrote in Detroit as a service advisor in the 80s, we were first come, first serve. And we opened at 7 a.m. If you opened that door up at 6:58, you were in a lot of trouble because we knew the chaos was going to start. And so as a manager, and now to today, when it's figured out, you've got writers gathered together and they're going, let's go. And the doors are opening 10 minutes early. Why? Because we're ready to go. We are ready to have conversations and close deals. And that's a great culture and environment to have.
You mentioned the additional service requests, the recommendations the advisors make. Let's talk a little bit about the techs, okay? Because the techs in many ways are reliant on the advisor. There's some things that have happened now in the last 5 or so years in the industry with techs being able to do good quality videos that are now customer facing, the customer sees. But what happens when a tech loses, if you will, confidence, okay, in the advisors, in the advisor ability to explain or to sell that needed work?
Yeah, that really is everything. And we know this because if you lose a quality service advisor, he moves on out of frustration or whatever the situation might be, it almost immediately has a rippling effect in the shop. Oh my gosh, well, that's it. Now we're not going to get anything approved, right? They work so hard on fixing the problem customer came in for, right? That diagnostics, and they rely heavily on this additional needed services to get explained and then done. And the video is great. It literally creates a new awareness for the customer. They can see it. But at the same time, we don't want to make it so easy for the customer who sees it, but really doesn't understand it and doesn't know what the real effects of it are to get it done. And so they may decline on that phone. So we still need that advisor to say, hey, I'm going to send you this. We're going to talk about it. I want to walk you through this. And so that's when we get our high level. But they work so hard to get to that point, and then to have weaker writers because we didn't invest into some really good training with the advisors, and now they're not closing deals at the level they should. Technicians lose faith. And when they lose faith, suddenly, not only are they not being productive, right? They're not closing as many, they're not turning as many hours of this non-diagnostic work they need to pad their paychecks. But more importantly, they might get enticed away by another store. And so the level of performance of that advisor, that consistency. And by the way, you don't want to just have one good writer and then 2 or 3 average and then these poor performers. Hey, as a service management, you've got to have everybody at that high level. And if you've trained them right, believe it or not, that gap between the high and the low performing writers is pretty thin if you're on your game.
Don, when you work with dealers around the country, and I know you do, okay, are there certain things you look for when you come into the dealership? I know you do classes, but I imagine you're also firsthand looking at what's happening in dealerships and coaching and advising and mentoring dealers and managers, with all the experience you've got and knowing what to look for. You can probably tell if a dealership is doing it right, within the first few minutes or not.
That's a great point. So it's funny because I'll start off with a conversation with a general manager or an owner. And very quickly, I know whether or not they actually are spending any time in that service drive, because ones that are in fact saying, here's some areas I'm concerned about. Because why? They observed it. The second thing I look for almost immediately is, what is that service manager doing during that morning push? Is he jumping in and helping valet cars? Is he covering for some writers and writing up customers himself? What is he actually doing? Because if he's not truly watching the performance of his advisors, then he's assuming that all of the processes that he had implemented are being performed on a consistent basis. So I look for that early. And then I look for that level of engagement. Is the advisor pulling his head up from the desktop and really connecting, or is he just busy trying to get through that right up and on to the next one? Because why? There's 3 or 4 rating. We're busier today this year in a lot of stores than they've seen volume-wise in a while. Boy, if it's already a struggling store and now you add volume, you leave a tremendous amount of money on the table. You really, really do.
The coach has to be out there on the field. Here we are now in football season, a couple weeks in. Coach has to be in the sideline, right? Not in the office, not inside the clubhouse. Coach has to be out there on the field, watching, calling, directing plays, watching and part of the action. And it has to be a presence that is seen and felt. What are your thoughts there?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, one of the great things. So first of all, there isn't a coach out there that doesn't prepare for a game, right? So he's going to insist the players are prepared for the game, and he's going to make sure they're put in a position to be successful. But they're going to coach in that moment. That player comes off that field. You watch. A mistake gets made. They're going to talk about it, whether it's the head coach or whether it's the offensive coordinator, whether it's the running back coach, whatever it might have been. If he picked the wrong gap and didn't see that hole correctly, guess what? They're going to have that conversation. So in the moment, when and everybody's aware, when the writer knows that he didn't engage, didn't do the walk around, didn't have a conversation and move too fast through it, and you critique him in that moment, not to denigrate him, but just to say, hey, I noticed you didn't get that opportunity. They usually go, oh, thanks, I'm on it. Yep, won't happen again. And then move past that. I mean, that's coaching. That's service managing when you can see things. And trust me, they know that if they put that effort in, they're going to make more money. They know if they engage, the odds of a yes go up dramatically. So in all honesty, it's not over managing. It's not suffocating, that some of the terms that I've heard. No, it's just part of the team effort to win that day.
You mentioned earlier, Don, the decline services. I've heard the phrase that the fortune is in the follow-up. Okay. And today it seems that not enough advisors, not enough consultants follow up properly, okay, with the customer, if at all. Okay. But that's really a huge part of the job, is to be able to make the time to be able to do that and get those wins.
Yeah, we want to get as much done as we possibly can while the car's there. We know when it leaves, the difficulty of getting the car back in really, really is challenging. So I don't want to gloss over the point that we want to close deals when the car's here. But this idea of not following up, or worse, I guess the worst is not to do anything. We do send out some emails offering a 10% discount and things of that nature. I might even have a BDC say, do that. There are all aspects that will help drive that traffic back in of that declined work. But the best is what I laid out in the book, this idea of having, during the active delivery, an actual plan. Hey, I noticed you want to hold off on a few of these items. Let's talk about looping you back in about a month or so. I'm going to put it on my Google Calendar that's on my desktop, and I'll reach out to you. And if that time works for you, great. We'll set up a time to loop you back in and get those done. And then you're good for the next 2 years, or you're good for the next going into the winter, whatever that phrase might be during the act of delivery. But that's when you set up the time. And then that's an easy phone call. And because you put it in your calendar, it's a quick reminder. The book talks a lot about it, but we're seeing as much as a 30% return of declined services by customers, because on that day they didn't have time, didn't have money, whatever it might have been, but they value you and they were absolutely wanting to get it done. They just didn't. And of course, you got sold work coming in every day. Man, you're going to have a great day. You're going to have a great day.
Everybody, we're coming into selling season. We're coming into tire season. We're coming into pothole season. We're coming into a change in weather and temperatures, okay? And service departments know that they're going to be busy, okay? Kids are back in school. First place to start, everybody, for the audience that's watching, if you haven't yet picked up the book, go to Amazon.com. You can get the paperback. Why Auto Service Departments Fail to Grow. I think there's a hard copy as well. It's a great read. Once you've read the book, pick up the phone or go to your email and contact Don Andres. Don will speak to you personally about your situation. He's the coach of your coach, okay? I think everybody in dealership needs to have a mentor, someone to keep them on track. Don knows what to look for. He's got the experience to do that. Help your team. Reach out. You may have questions on things that you're considering or thinking about. Get his advice. He's a great resource. And we're honored to have him here at the Fixed Ops community. And Don, thank you for everything that you do.
You bet. Thank you. I have literally spent an hour on the phone with a dealer, with the general manager, with the service manager, whether it's pay plans or whatever the deal is. This is always an enjoyable conversation for me. But thank you for the invite, Ted. I'm so excited about the Summer Palooza. Amazed at the amount of guests that you have been able to put on these panels. It's impressive.
Yeah, well, we're both in the mix, right? So you could see Don's email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. That phone, Don, is that a cell phone or is that
that is my cell phone? Yeah, that is my cell phone. Let's go.
All right. So Don Andres, everybody, reach out to him, and you'll be very glad that you did. So Don, thank you again for all you do for our community.
Thanks so much for the invite, Ted. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Don Andres, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Get a slice of our next segment featuring an interview with Kimberly, Grubb, Liza Martenson, and Sarah Vantine.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine, and today we have an exciting panel for BDC Power Hour. We've got some special guests, Kimberly, Grubb, and Liza Martenson. Welcome to the panel, ladies.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
I'm so excited to get started with asking you both these questions because we have a lot of conversations in the industry today around BDC. And this is such a great topic. I'm passionate about BDC, and I know a lot of our listeners are as well. To just get started, I'd love for you both to just introduce yourselves and tell the audience a little bit about you Kimberly, let's start with you.
Okay, I'm Kimberly Grubb. I am the Director of Communication and Customer Experience for the Cooper Auto Group here in Oklahoma City and Edmond area. And I've been in the service industry for 17 years and the car business for 25.
Wow, that is amazing. Liza.
Yeah, I'm Liza Martenson. I work with Volie. We're software for BDCs in automotive dealerships. I lead our client success team. Been with Volie since about 2018. So our team is responsible for onboarding new clients and ongoing client support and strategy.
Thank you, Liza, and thank you, Kim, for being on the panel today. Kimberly, we are seeing so much happening with BDC departments across the industry, and we've seen so many evolutions of what a BDC is responsible for and how they're handling a lot of our customer communications. And I'm sure with all of the rooftops that you have under your purview, there's a lot going on with the expectations and focuses for your department. So share with us today, what has been the biggest focus in your department so far this year?
Well, there's a couple of them actually, Sarah. We focus so hard on taking those appointment calls or question calls off of the drive so that those advisors who are already overwhelmed have more time to spend outreaching their customers and spending time with them on the drive at check-in and just basically doing the things that they need to do to provide the best customer service that they can. And then also to build that customer habit through retention of getting used to coming to our dealership, and that it just doesn't even come across as a second thought that when they need service, they're going to come to the Cooper Group.
Well, and Kimberly, you have a lot of different brands across your rooftops. So how does your focus differ between, let's say, a domestic store and a Highline store?
It really, when it comes to customer service and providing that continuity of across the board, there really isn't any difference because a customer's an important customer no matter where they're at. And utilizing all of the tools that we have to make the best experience for them is our primary focus. We're the introduction to that service experience, and we want to make it the best one they've ever had.
Now, Kimberly, on that topic too, you mentioned the introduction to the service experience. Does your BDC teams or does your communication teams, do they do inbound and outbound phone calls?
Yes, we do both inbound and outbound. We were heavily inbound focused, and I'm going to defer to Liza a little bit on this one. We brought in Volie almost exactly 2 years ago, and our outbound, which was maybe 5% of the appointments that we created, is now 20 to 25% per month. And it's been great because we all know the biggest, probably the greatest lead you can get are those OEM leads, the telematics, the manifest lists, the recall lists. And I know in the past, I'd print them out, hand them out, and just hope that contact was made or an appointment was gotten or something. And now all I have to do is upload into my call handling software, and I can track the results of everything now, see which campaigns are the most profitable and which ones have the best turnover to create an appointment. So that's kind of what we're looking at, is stop with the just busy calling, and let's make our calling quality calling to do business.
I'm glad you pointed that out because so often, just having that manifest list without really understanding the conversion rates or what is going to actually drive the majority of the business back into your dealership. That is so important to be looking at. And Liza, I want to go to you now. And you've been helping with Volie so many different dealerships. And I'm sure you're seeing a lot of different focuses and priorities from dealers across your stores. So what are you seeing as the biggest focus for BDCs this year so far?
I agree with Kim when she talks about making outbound a priority. I think inbound is a responsibility of any BDC. It's a must-have. I think the BDC responsibility there is to not only convert appointments that they can on those inbound calls, to fit customers in where they can, to answer customer questions when they're asking for a status check, when they're asking for the weekend hours, et cetera. So managing that inbound traffic well is responsibility number one. But a BDC that can make strides in the outbound communications is going to bring, so much more revenue into a store than a BDC that's only right now managing inbound, right? So one of our focuses for this year so far has been looking at the impact that a BDC can have across the dealership in implementing a strong outbound strategy. And I think that ties into what you're talking about as far as prioritizing appropriately those different OEM lists, recall lists, et cetera, based on how your customers are engaging on those different lists. So there's a number of factors, right, that we look at to determine how those different lists should be categorized. Conversion rate, obviously, even contact rate, right? So if your team only has, they have to answer inbound calls, so they only have X amount of time to make outbound calls, where is that most valuable? So if each rep can only make, let's say it's, 100 outbound calls per day, how do I want them spending those 100 dials? So that's been one of our strategies, is digging into the metrics to help our dealerships determine what they should be prioritizing.
And Liza, I want to touch on what Kim said a minute ago. She mentioned prioritizing those OEM manifests. How are you seeing dealerships best utilize those lists within your system?
Yeah. So within our system, it's nice because we can scrub, I'll say, we can filter those OEM lists through data points that we have based on their DMS data. So that's nice. We can kind of clean up. You get common complaints about OEM lists, right? Customers who don't own that vehicle anymore, customers who moved away last month, and I already spoke with them last month and I know that now. So we're able to filter those lists out. So you're kind of left with the cream kind of thing. But definitely prioritizing. I have kind of I argue with myself sometimes, right? Your loyal, active customers are your easiest to convert. They want you to call. They're ready to schedule. They scheduled, last time they were due. Like Kim said, they're ready to come back in. Then you've got those people who are kind of at the edge of the cliff, right? Where it's been a long time since they've serviced with you. Those are harder to convert. My argument is, and I talk with a lot of our stores about this, if you can leverage, and I think any really strong BDC should be leveraging multiple methods of communication, so not just calls, but also email and text. And what are the really low effort ways that your BDC can reach out to those active, loyal customers? If Kim is my loyal customer and I send her a text with a link where she can schedule herself, that's minimal effort for the BDC. Maybe I should spend my high effort phone calls on Sarah, who hasn't been in to see us for a while, or, you get my point. So prioritizing your different methods of communication, I think take the easy wins, take the easy conversions where you can get them, and then spend the higher effort communications where they're really needed to convert that customer.
That's such great advice, because you're spot on, Liza. Not every phone call is created equal, and some customers may not prefer that method. And so having a way to decipher and really prioritize the BDC's time on the calls that are going to mean the most to that outcome. That's such great advice. Kim, I want to ask you a question, because with the number of stores that you have in your group, there's a lot of different focuses that I'm sure BDCs are looking at. So what do you think right now is going to be the most important area service BDC should be focusing on right now?
For our group, it is the continuity throughout the entire auto group of having this centralized BDC. Instead of having 9 dealerships that are doing things 9 different ways, and maybe advisors are trying to take the appointments, or a cashier's trying to fit them in between everything else they do, we're solely dedicated to answering that call, making the appointment, and making it the right way by making sure that our contact information is correct, making sure that we have exactly what the customer needs to come in for and that their information is correct in the system. So we know that when they come in, it's almost bulletproof and nobody's forgotten something because it's not something that they do all the time or they're used to. Also, having all the different brands under our rooftop it can be difficult at times because every make has their little trick or trigger that they want to focus on. And we just have to be chameleons. We can shift focus in a moment because it's so easy to do. And we're not rigid. We have learned that we're the shrimp net of the auto group. We just pick up all the little things that everybody else forgets. And, we do concentrate on that low hanging fruit. The telematics, your car's ready for service, or our lost souls, they haven't been in 18 months or 13 months. And then we'll go down to that customer that we know is probably going to come back that hasn't been in 9 months. That's our last one because we pick up that lower hanging fruit first and make those calls count.
Kimberly, I love that shrimp net analogy. That is just such a great visual for really what it is that your team is doing. And I love what you mentioned too about just, from your perspective, I'm sure having that cohesiveness between all of your centralized BDC doing the same processes and the same communications the same way with your customers, it becomes a lot easier for you to pinpoint the dealerships that have those areas of opportunities on the drive or in the shop when everybody in your department is kind of doing the same thing. So love that analogy with the shrimp net. That was such a cool visual.
Well, thanks. It's not original. Our marketing department coined that phrase for me. I'm the captain of the shrimp boat and I've got my shrimp net out. And it's also part of that is having a great relationship with your service managers and your general managers. It's not, I tell them what to do. We're a team, and all of my service managers consider my team their employees as well. That's part of their individual teams. It's not somebody separate that they're fighting against, or, oh my gosh, it's like, hey guys, help us with this. This is awesome. Or we had a huge day. Thanks so much. We actually get a lot of credit, and they're very, very kind to us because of that open communication.
I love that, Kim. And Liza, I know that impact that you and I were discussing before about BDC really impacting the revenue and being that customer, focal point in the process. Could you share with us a little bit about what you think, BDCs should be focusing on right now?
Yeah, I think the BDC has an opportunity to be strategic in controlling the customer's life cycle and controlling the customer's introduction to service life cycle and maintaining their vehicle. So I would start out, day one, that first handoff from sales to service. BDC is responsible for creating that path for the customer and really establishing why it's important to be a loyal service customer. We see kind of as trends, the trade cycle is stretching out. People are staying in their vehicles longer. So maintaining that regular service, stressing the importance of regular service is an opportunity for the BDC. There's a significant difference, right, in dealerships that are making that a priority versus stores that are waiting for the customers to come to them. So the BDC as a whole, I think there's an opportunity, and I think that they should be focused on creating what they want that customer journey to look like, and making sure that they're intentionally reaching out to keep customers engaged throughout that journey. From the BDC manager perspective, I think BDC managers should be focused on the basics with their team. So, scripting, tone on the phone calls when you're talking with a customer, the basics as far as rebuttals. BDC managers, if I said one thing, should be listening to phone calls, and then taking those opportunities that they find to just keep their team focused on the basics from a manager perspective.
A lot of really great information, Liza and Kim, that we've been discussing today. I want to ask just one quick final question, because we've seen so much change in the last few years about customer communication preferences, and their preferences have been rapidly evolving. And we've seen even our smartphones screen those phone calls for us and have some of those settings where customers can make themselves not reachable during the business day, or if they don't recognize the phone number. So I'd just love to ask, in your own, in Liza, in your case, in the service departments that you're seeing across all of the stores that Volie helps with, what are you seeing changing or evolving in customer communications?
You're exactly right. So even carriers, right? Carriers are making it, they're protecting their customers more and more across every method of communication. So calls, right, are being labeled as spam. Texts might not be delivered if you are not following the different rules and regulations that the carriers have set out. We see the same thing in email, where emails are landing in junk. So there's a lot of hoops that you need to be aware of and to navigate carefully, kind of thing. But you need to make it easy. I think you mentioned this earlier, Sarah, but you need to make it easy for your loyal customers to communicate via the method that they prefer. And then you need to be smart enough to leave them alone via those other methods. So if a customer texts you back and they're still in your calling list, you're going to irritate them, right? Text them back, communicate with them the way that they're trying to communicate with you, and then stop badgering them via those other methods. I said this earlier, but you have to kind of try all of the methods with your customers to find their preference. But whichever way you're reaching out, yeah, there's definitely, there's best practices. We've known about email for a long time, but same thing now, same rules apply with calls and texts as well.
Kim, what are you seeing as far as customer communication preferences within all of the different brands that your store service?
I'm so glad you asked that, Sarah. It's because it's funny. We have a couple of dealerships that maybe cater to an older clientele, and those are straight phone calls only. I mean, we just know they're not going to do it. I've seen a rapid decline in email response over the past 5 years. I mean, it just plummeted. And then I found this magical little tool in my call handling software from Volie that if my disposition for an outbound phone call hit as a no contact, like a voicemail, I could attach a quick little text blurb that would go out automatically that required nothing from my agent to do. And I have seen response in those since I've been doing it for a year and a half. The response in those has gone up dramatically lately. We're getting more texts back, and my agents are having to spend more time in the mornings texting back and making appointments via text than they ever did taking phone calls. So now those mornings are that early morning time is really used effectively by still communicating with the customers the way they want to be communicated with. And it's been awesome. But it is definitely changing from the old dialing for dollars days.
It's so interesting, Kim. And I definitely probably fall into that bucket of customers that if I see a phone call come across my screen, depending on what I'm doing, I may or may not answer it. But if you text me right after, then I'm okay. I can look at that. If I'm in a meeting, if I'm caught up in something, I can easily respond in that thread. And so I just love, Liza, you and Kim just talking about the different ways that communication preferences are changing. So thank you so much for all of this incredible information that you both have shared. Everyone, today, this has been the BDC Power Hour. We've had some amazing information from Kimberly, Grubb, and Liza Martenson during this segment today. Stay tuned. We have some incredible segments coming up next on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
School is back in session as we return to Northwood University for our next panel discussing warranty management.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Ted Ings, Shon, Kingrey, and David Reinicke, and we're here to talk about Automotive Warranty Network.
David, I want to congratulate you. You had a feature article, cover article on Fixed Ops magazine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can't let Shon take all the covers. There had to be some inspiration behind that. Give us some insight onto that.
Yes, so obviously I'm biased. I think there's a lot of benefit to outsource warranty administration. It's a lot of money in the warranty world. Several millions of dollars a year in most cases for the average dealership. So I think having a company or a focused individual to do the warranty collections is very important.
Shon, you're a client of AWN. How about from your perspective?
We are, and I'm a big proponent, obviously, of warranty now, because as I share on a lot of your After Dark panels, I've got stores that are collecting $300 an hour in warranty reimbursement. It's a huge number. Warranty used to be the bottom third. Nobody wanted to do it. Guys, it's a huge part of our business now. I mean, the reimbursements, and as they're cutting times, we're trying to compensate that and trying to compensate and recruit techs by overpaying them to do warranty work. It's a huge part of it. It's also the audit thing. It's also protecting yourself. It's more than just getting the claim paid. It's making sure the claim paid, it gets paid and it sticks.
I know you've seen both sides of it, having it done in dealership and then outsourcing it. Talk to us a little bit more about the benefit of outsourcing with a company like AWN, who specifically focuses on what you do.
So 30 years of doing this, the one thing that's historically that repeats itself is warranty administrators, and there's no disrespect meant, they forget who they work for. They always forget that they work for the dealer, not the manufacturer, and that they're always protecting the manufacturer. At the end of the day, guys, it's us that needs to get paid. It's us that collects their money. And when you bring it in-house or you do it outsourcing, the money's about the same as far as what you're going to pay out. It just works out that way. So outsourcing it, they make sure, because how they get paid, I'm not trying to step on his show here, how they get paid is what they collect. So their motive is a little different, and they understand. Now, they're also on the manufacturer side. They're not going to do nothing wrong, but they're also there to make sure that everybody's fair, everybody gets paid, and it's all even.
We're there to protect the dealership too. So the technicians are our friends, our buddies. I mean, it's a very, we look at it black and white. Like, we want to make sure you get the money you're entitled to, but also keep that money in the event of an audit. So, and the other focus behind the article that I wrote wasn't just for Automotive Warranty Network, but so many dealerships, we have some competitors out there, obviously. So, I want to make sure that dealerships are focused on the aspects of outsourced warranty administration so it can be successful. Because honestly, if they have a bad experience with another warranty company, then it kind of taints the whole concept. So, they don't want to go with Automotive Warranty Network or any of our competitors because they had a bad experience with this company. So I'm just going to keep it in-house. So, I think there's a lot of benefit to outsourcing. And, I just want to make sure dealerships, if they decide to explore this option, that they have a good experience and it's successful.
And Ted, I'd like to hit on something that he said there real quick, is when you bring an outsource, first of all, technicians don't like change. We all know that. And technicians, you're going to outsource it, it's going to cost us money. I'm telling you, it ends up being the opposite, because technicians find out that their interest is also in the technicians, as David said, that they're trying to get it collected. And they understand that if you run the punch times and you do your store color correctly, they can actually get you paid, versus in-house, they just want to get the claim off their desk and gone.
Now, what is the biggest reason dealerships resist or don't feel comfortable outsourcing warranty processes?
I think it's just about change. It's a total different process. I mean, when it's in-house, they've got the warranty administrator sitting in an office, and a lot of times they just, offload the paperwork to that warranty administrator, and, they fix it. So if there's a problem with technician stories, punch times, whatever the case may be, they just, throw it to the warranty administration office, and, they fix it. Going with an outsourced system, one, it's foreign, it's new, but it's holding people accountable in the dealership to do what they're supposed to be doing. So now you're telling the technicians, you need to be the one writing a better story. You need to make sure you're running the proper punch time versus having somebody that's just going to fix it for them. So I think that's the biggest reason. And again, it's a foreign concept, but I've heard from a lot of our clients that once this is implemented, once you get 60, 90 days down the road and you've told everybody in the dealership that this is your job. This is what you need to be doing for the warranty claim. It's very it's successful, once everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing in the dealership. So, but I think the biggest reason they resist, and Shon, maybe you have some input behind that too. So
I think it's two things. It's change, as you said, which we talked about. Nobody likes change. It is what it is. It's also control. Whether it's outsourcing your warranty or it's outsourcing your BDC, everybody wants to keep everything in-house. As service managers, inherently, that's what we want to do. Sometimes you got to let that go. Sometimes the best solution may not be in your own backyard, especially with hiring and finding people nowadays. It's okay to let it go and let somebody else do it.
Shon, from your experience, go a little deeper. How are some of these challenges overcome over time? Because again, our industry is rapidly changing. Technology is, coming in more and more. That warranty receivable, that's going to be the biggest customer you've got at the dealership.
It's a huge thing. And again, the manufacturers now more than ever. Obviously, I have just domestic stores where I'm at now. They're finding any way they can to charge you back right now. If there's a smallest flaw, more than ever, I think it's less auditing now. It's just more chargeback on the front side. They just hit you on the front. I think you have to start, like as we all say, if you're going to decide to do it and you're tired of fighting the struggle, you got to get your naysayers and you got to know who those people are. Probably your shop foremans, by the way, because the technicians don't like it. The warranty administrator, the service advisors really generally don't care. They're done by that point. The RO's closed, boom, they're going to get paid no matter what. Now you get the house paid. The technicians, if you can get the naysayers involved, you get your shop foreman involved, and you get them buying into the game, they'll control it for you. They'll get it going. That's always for me, that's where it's always started.
Yeah. And we do a lot of work with technicians and advisors. And so one of the biggest things that we like to do is we like to go into a dealership and help educate the technicians, specifically the technicians, on what we're doing for the dealership. Right. So really, we can either do it virtually or in person in some cases, but, helping them understand that we're not fighting them. Again, like you said earlier, the more we can get the technician paid, the more, frankly, our company makes.
Right.
So we're not fighting you. We're not trying to cut your times, but we have to make sure we're compliant with policy and procedure. So, that's one of the biggest things that we can do is help educate the dealership and the dealer personnel on what we're doing for them. And we're all on the same team.
Correct.
So.
And the one thing about David's company, I'll say, when I started outsourcing, or when outsourcing became something years ago, the manufacturers all, you can't outsource. The OEMs actually promote him. They recommend him. And that's a change from 5 years ago. I can tell you right now, the Chrysler store in Savannah, Georgia, we got threatened with an audit if we outsourced. They said, we'll audit you if you do it. Now it's the opposite.
Yeah.
They want us to outsource it because they understand that they're there to make sure the T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, and the stories are good.
So that speaks volumes.
It's huge.
Yeah, we have some manufacturers, and I won't mention any specifics, but when they come into audit and they find out the Automotive Warranty Network is doing the warranty, they're like, oh, we're going to be here for a day or two, and so they actually promote us in a lot of cases.
It's true.
What does Automotive Warranty Network do to help a dealer be successful in outsourced warranty administration?
Well, like I said, it really comes down to training and helping. When we come into a store, it's not like we just flip a switch and all of a sudden we're doing it and you don't have anything to worry about. There's a lot that goes into, launching a dealership, making sure that we go through the processes and what it's going to look like on a daily basis working with us. So, and we tailor that to what's going to work best for them. So it's not just like, we come in, this is cookie cutter how we do it. We want to make sure they're comfortable with the processes that we're going to be doing for them on a daily basis. And then I go back to the training aspect of it too. So, if we go into a dealership and, there's broken processes and, it's just not going to work, we want to fix that. So again, we'll fly out to the dealership if necessary, work with the dealership staff on site, help put processes in place and make sure it's a successful process and a successful experience. So,
gentlemen, while we have you both here, last question for today. We're here at Northwood University. I'll go to David first and then Shon. David, what advice can you provide incoming students or recent graduates like Vanessa Collins based on your experience with working with thousands of dealers across the country?
The biggest thing that, in my opinion, and I'll go back to what I kind of mentioned earlier, is just working hard and, just excelling every day. I think not just in the auto industry, but just in general, I think there's a lack of work ethic, a lack of drive. I see it in the grocery store, you see it anywhere you go. So, and like I always tell my kids, there's so much opportunity out there right now. I think as long as you're willing to work hard, really be passionate about what you're doing. I think there's huge potential out there, and there's potential to rise through the ranks very quickly as long as you're willing to work and be passionate and put your heart into whatever you're doing. So
Work ethic, I think, is the key words there. I mean, if you have the work ethic, I've been doing this 30 years now, and to leave the Marine Corps and start in this and not even know how to change my own oil when I started this 30 years ago to where I am now, do you have to give up a lot to get there? Yes. Do you have to work your tail off to get there? Yes. But there's such a reward at the end, and you can go either way. Whether you go the variable side, whether you go the fixed side, whether you go the office side. I mean, there's a different fit for everybody. And I've done both sides of the house, and you find your gig obviously with fixed, and I can't say enough that if there's a career that you don't have to have a education for 30 years, but you're always learning. There's always training. It's always there. You have the backing. Change is okay, by the way. And I don't know of another business that you can have the success that you can have here.
And I think, finding that mentor is very important too. I mean, I can't say that enough. I mean, finding somebody that's willing to, mentor you and teach you, I think that's a huge component of it as well. So
correct.
Well, gentlemen, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for all that you do. David Reinicke at Automotive Warranty Network, Shon Kingrey at the Kaiser Automotive Group. Everybody stay with us. We're at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're in Midland, Michigan. We will be right back.
Automotive Warranty Network is the largest and most experienced manufacturer's warranty claims processing company and warranty resource in the world. We have experience with all manufacturers and have hundreds of talented, experienced warranty administrators that are trained and certified. We work with over 1,000 dealerships in North America and have partnerships with hundreds of dealer groups, including most major publicly held groups. We comply with all the FTC safeguard regulations to ensure your data is protected and the warranty transactions we are making on your behalf are safe. When you partner with Automotive Warranty Network for your warranty claim collection needs, you are assigned an experienced, manufacturer-certified warranty specialist that will work on your warranty repairs on a daily basis in your DMS. Our claims management service is a full warranty claims administration service. From examining the repair for compliance-related issues once the technician is completed with the repair, then properly coding the repair with the proper labor operations in the DMS, submitting the repair to the manufacturer for payment, and also performing the accounting work once the repair is made, by reconciling the warranty schedule and accounting for any discrepancies in payment. During this process, we use our proprietary CARS software to make you aware of compliance issues that you need to be aware of and address to make sure claims stay compliant in the event of an audit. Our software also tracks the frequency of certain compliance issue types and who is responsible for them in your dealership, so we can help your staff better understand their roles and responsibilities in the process and help them perform their job function more efficiently. In addition to warranty claims administration, we also offer a proactive mock auditing service where we can perform an audit the way the manufacturer would, showing you what your exposure would be if the manufacturer were to audit you today, without the real expense of a potentially costly financial loss. During this process, we will ask for the hard copies and supporting documentation for a list of 20 to 50 repair orders, depending on the scope of audit requested. Our auditing team will then analyze the repairs with the same discretion that a manufacturer auditor would and assemble the information in our proprietary software. The result will be a detailed report with the value of the audit and the potential loss. We will break down each issue type by category and dealership personnel associate with each discrepancy, so we can show you the most common problem and who is responsible for them. The report will also have each included repair order in PDF format, marked up so we can show you exactly what is wrong. Each report comes complete with an action plan and a detailed review with the auditor and your staff over Zoom, so you can ask any questions you may have. We also have a team of trainers that can work with your technicians, advisors, and service personnel on what their role and responsibilities are in the warranty process and best practices to make sure everyone is performing to the best of their abilities to ensure the best outcome if the warranty work is to be audited. Our training can be recommended as a result of one of our proactive audits or performed as an a la carte service. If you are looking for the best solution for your warranty claims administration and management needs, Automotive Warranty Network is the solution for you. With over 280 trained and certified warranty administrators, team leads, auditors, and support staff, we have the resources to collect the money you are entitled to in a timely manner and help you retain that money in an audit. please visit our website to see what hundreds of satisfied clients say about our service, or contact us at info@awninc.com or 303-703-9143.
Get your dealership mobile service ready at the next Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up event happening live at Beaux-Arts Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Please join us on Thursday, October 17th. Follow us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll see you soon.
Meet some of the best of BDC with the help of new technology on the Volie panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. BDC has never been as important as it is today. It's a big part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable shows, and we have none other than Scott Davis and the team from Volie with us here today with a retail panel. I'm joined today by Sarah Van Tyne, Vice President of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company in Sacramento, California, the Fixed Ops Director. Scott Davis is here. And I also want to introduce everybody to Marla, Cardenas, and Liza Martenson. Marla, if you don't mind, first just introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what you do.
I'm down here in Houston. I'm the platform director for all the Team Gilman stores. Been in the business for about 40 years.
Marla, welcome. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you for joining us. And Liza.
Yeah, I'm the vice president for our customer success team at Volie. I'm based in Fort Myers, Florida, originally from Wisconsin, but migrated south a few years ago. So thanks for having us.
Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. We have a wealth of knowledge here, and I'll get right to it. Tully, I'm going to come to you first over in Sacramento. I want to talk a little bit about centralizing BDCs. I know that's something that you have done at Nilo. You recently expanded that. Tully, why are you centralized?
It was a big decision, right? First is that we had to have the right software. And of course, Scott at Volie came through for us. But I think that too is that when we look at what it really does for us, we answer the phone better. I'm just going to say it one more time. That's what it's all about. We answer the phone better and convert those to appointments. And when you have individual BDCs, I'm going to call those service coordinators at your store that do a whole bunch of other things as well, is that your focus is not answering the phone the best way possible. And with a centralized BDC, is that that's their job. Their job and their bonuses are tied to making people happy and making sure that appointments show up. And we started small. And what we found is we said, let's do a couple stores because we were a little worried. You know, this was a new horizon for us. And then all of a sudden, every dealership's like, how do we get in? We need to get in. We need to get in because we're answering the phones. We're taking that away from the store. And oh my God, we're doing a much better job converting those great people that call us into appointments that show up 100% of the time.
Liza, you work with a lot of dealerships around the country. What are you seeing when it comes to centralization?
Similar to what Tully's mentioning. I think initially when you've got a group of stores, you might have some personalities at the store who are hesitant to centralizing. I think, right, people like being able to see and touch and feel people at their store who are talking to their customers. But as Tully's mentioning, I think that staffing wise, management wise, centralizing your BDC, there are a lot of advantages. We have a lot of groups that move to centralizing their BDC, even moving then that centralized team outside of any dealership. So they might be working out of a separate office so that they really can stay tuned in to all of the communications that they have with their customers. So agreed.
Thank you, Liza. Marla, what are you seeing there at Gilman?
A lot of what was just said. We originally had coordinators at each of the stores, yet we were still hemorrhaging phone calls. And quite frankly, I think our service advisors are very good face-to-face. And this also allows them more time with the customers and not panicking to try to grab a call. Once we centralized it, and especially got on Volie, we became extremely super efficient. And our drop rate went down to basically telling us we're overstaffed and we're at half the staff we used to be. So financially, it makes an extraordinary difference. All the way around, it makes a big difference. And we were originally on the second floor of one of our Honda buildings. And we elected to move it into its own area outside of that, where we don't allow anybody in but people who are related to the call center.
Tully, do you agree with some of that in terms of the advisors being better face-to-face?
Let's just put it this way. Advisors are not good at appointment making at all. And here's the deal. If they're busy, they're going to push the appointment off, right? They are not designed to take appointments. They're designed to make customers happy that, like Marla said, that are in front of you only. That's what we want them to do, because that's what they do a great job of. Same day selling, CSI, get the car done right, give them the quotes, give them the pictures and videos. That's what we want a service writer to do. And we want to take away all of the appointments calls away from the store 100%, and let someone that knows that, because that's their job to do 100% of the time. And what you'll see is that with Volie, we don't miss a phone call. If it goes to a voicemail in Volie, it automatically gets rerouted to, it gets answered right away and respond. As our customers know that when they hit that appointment only button on their phone, they know they're going to get someone to answer them right away or within 5 minutes. And that to me is the huge win here.
Sarah, you've worked with a lot of BDCs all across the country. What are you seeing?
I love the discussion about a centralized BDC, because I've found that that's really been the most effective strategy, both for your investment and then also from a growth strategy perspective. So I'll equate a centralized BDC to kind of being like on the Starship Enterprise in Star Trek. When you have a BDC manager that's right there on the bridge, you have your whole team surrounding you. When something happens, you can make a split-second decision about what needs to happen with that customer, with that phone call. When you have things spread out across different rooftops and stores, now you're relying on the phone system. They have to pick up the phone and try to reach the BDC manager or reach somebody else in management to get them to help that customer situation. And that just creates more inefficiencies from a timing perspective. And so from a customer satisfaction side, from a financial side, when you have all your people centrally located and together as a manager, when something is going on, you can make that split-second decision to benefit that customer. The customer doesn't get that hold time to delay their satisfaction, and then everything else speeds up.
Sarah, you mentioned the Starship Enterprise. I can already see Tully Williams having some visions of grandiose there with his new centralized BDC, perhaps renaming it to the Starship Enterprise, Sarah.
Tully, we're happy to rebadge your BDC.
You're 100% right. And it's one thing you said that really caught my eye is that when you have a BDC manager, and what we found is that we had a service advisor that was doing an incredible job, was part of our Millionaire Club, right, that decided to want to do some management and take it easy a little bit, is that we had him take over our BDC. I think he's probably working a little bit harder now. But the goal is is that that's what their job is 100%. Think about a BDC agent. I'm gonna call a service coordinator at a store. The service manager is not really worried about that person. What are they worried about? Are we answering the phone? Is a customer upset? The technician caught the car on fire. The toilet's plugged. I mean, I got to turn the AC up. I mean, that's all they care about, right? And when you have a BDC agent, that is her or his focus is to do what? To make sure people get the phone answered and done a proper way and fill up your appointment calendar. That's what happens. The focus is on answering the phone and making great appointments, and also make outbound appointments. That has been one of our big successes at the Needle Company.
Tully, I want to expand on that because we have Scott with us here today. Talk to us. Over at the Nilo Company, you've got 10 luxury import dealerships in the Sacramento, California market. You've got the oldest Porsche dealership in the United States, and also now most recently, the newest Porsche dealership. And you decided to centralize the BDC at the new Porsche location. What were some of the thoughts behind doing that, and why now?
So I think when we look at it, when we first started, I think we started like 5 or 6 months ago. And it was actually on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, how you got Scott and I together, is that we decided to try it small because we were scared, just like everybody else is saying, oh my God, we're going to blow this place up. And what we found is that we put 1 store, then 2 stores, and 3 stores. And now we have 8 out of the 10 stores on it. And we're trying to modify the phone system that it points it out there. I think someone mentioned, get them away from the dealership. So our job right now is that they're in the back of some dealership that's usually away from everybody. But as we get them grown into our new facility for a Porsche store, it'll be upstairs. It's going to be right next to the payroll department. So they'll have their own office. It's going to be completely separated, and their focus can be 100% making people easier to make an appointment for us. That's the win.
Scott Davis, Volie, #1 BDC engine. You're the president of the company. I recall that day that you were on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and Tully reached out for more information, asked me if I might help coordinate that as well. You've been out to Sacramento to the Nilo Company. Talk to us about the logistics there, and also Tully mentioned the importance of those outbound calls and how Volie plays into that.
Well, I mean, I had a great visit with them in Sacramento. They've got a great setup. The big thing that really strikes me that they've set up there is they're really supported. They've supported the BDC. And, I don't want to leave out our single stores. About 30% of our stores we work with, now we're up to 750 stores in the U.S. that use Volie, and about 30% of them have the single store. Marla and Tully have kind of nailed, without saying it directly, the real key is management regardless. Single stores, you need that manager regardless. And we know a lot of really good single store operators who do a great job. They've got a great manager, and the service director wants to follow up on it. To answer your question on outbound, when you're in the single store, and Marla when we spoke yesterday, she had a good comment on that as well. It's a matter of focus. Some days the BDC agent, when they're at the store level, has so many extra tasks that it's not a focus. If you really want to improve productivity, centralizing it with one good manager is very cost effective, but it also really improves you, or helps you proactively go out and find business.
Marla, talk to us about Team Gilman. How many rooftops, how many dealerships, and how do you make sure that each store gets the attention it needs in a centralized BDC?
Well, I'm glad you asked. September will be 8 rooftops, and so it's very exciting for us. We're opening our Volkswagen store, and don't have to add any staff on. So that we're real pleased to say too, that our staff, we're the marketing epicenter for service as well as the centralized call center, and because of the efficiencies we run, we're able to do those things. We assign a store to each of our, we call them concierges. We're able to assign each of them a store that they take ownership of, and that has certain tasks assigned to it. And since an average employee really only works about 4 or 5 hours a day, we make sure we're switching up what they're doing throughout the day in our shifts. So we make sure we have full coverage on inbound, outbound, recalls, marketing, calling people who are at risk or ready for their first oil change. I mean, we have so many moving parts to this. And Volie has been tremendous with that because we can load a lot of those campaigns into the system. Person can sit down, plug in, and boom, calls are being fed in one after another as they hang up, giving them all the time they need to get the job done. And it's also controlled the traffic in our service lanes, which means that we have seen an uptick in the dollar amounts in ROs.
That's very impressive. Liza, let me come to you because you work with both centralized locations and, as Scott mentioned, individual. We don't want to forget about the individual stores. It's a big part of our business as well. What are you seeing, Liza?
For sure. I think primary responsibility of any BDC, whether you're centralized or you are operating from a single store, your first obligation is to inbound calls. I think you asked earlier about, talking about inbound versus outbound. First priority is to, Tully was saying, answer the phone when it rings. And if it rings and you miss it, you need to call that person back. You get with a single store and you kind of have your designated team. There's a little bit of math involved with making sure that you're staffed to cover the inbound calls. And I think that's where most of our really skilled managers of a single store, that's where they start. They're evaluating, how many calls per hour each individual rep can manage, and then stacking that against their anticipated volume each hour of the day, and then staffing their team out, based on, okay, if I can expect X number of calls between 8 and 9, I know Marla can cover those on her own. But come 10 o'clock, we've got to add, Liza and Scott to make sure that we can cover our inbound calls. Then you add on top of that you want to, you also want your BDC to be doing some outbound work.
Yes.
So that's where utilizing any tool, anything where you can, strategize on the outbound calls. There are some communications that have to be made every day, right? If they're made tomorrow, they're late kind of thing. So that's your appointment confirmations, your CSI follow-up. So I think, if you're managing with a single store, you just have a little bit less wiggle room. So you have to be a really excellent operator. You have to know your team really well. Scott always mentions it's a math equation. It's figure outable, but you just have a little less wiggle room when you're working with a single store versus a centralized BDC.
Well, Liza, I've been watching Scott Davis's segments on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I've taken a lot of notes, and one of the notes is that Mondays are a very important day in the world of BDC. Tell us maybe some tips on how you help equip some of these stores, because as you mentioned, as we get later into the morning, okay, it gets even more important on that, for example, Monday.
Right. Yeah. And if you've heard, I'm sure Scott has said in the past, Mondays are important on both ends, both on the inbound side and the outbound side. So on a Monday, you're going to get all those people who've been anxiously waiting for you to open your doors again. Maybe you were closed on Sunday. They're calling you right away on Monday. But also when you're reaching out to people on a Monday, they're more likely to pick up the phone when you're making your outbound calls. So our kind of motto is never miss a Monday. Recommendations that I would make, whether you're looking in your call logs or you have some software, some tracking system, your inbound volume is relatively predictable. After holidays, we always see that there's a spike in volume. You're going to have a super Monday after a holiday. But otherwise, inbound volume is relatively predictable. If you look at any given Monday between 8 and 9, your volume is going to be consistent Monday to Monday to Monday. So if it were me, I would stack that against, I can see approximately how long each inbound call takes. That's going to vary depending on what you have your team doing. Are they taking status checks? Are they solely scheduling appointments and they're transferring status checks? But you can kind of figure out what those numbers are for your team. And then if you figure in, I might miss 3% of my calls or 4% of my calls, then I've got to, make room for some time to call those customers back. But that's what I would recommend is start by looking at your inbound volume. Your inbound volume is predictable. So if you staff according to that, then you add one rep, all of a sudden, you can start making some dents in outbound, which you want to do on a Monday as well. So.
And Marla, I know you've measured it. You mentioned that earlier. Do these facts hold true in Houston as well that Liza is sharing with us?
It could hold true on the moon if you're doing service there. And we have an inbound and an outbound team. And they swap out. So that way we have KPIs that need to be hit. And we measure everything because the only thing that drives the narrative is analytics. We really don't care how people feel. Feelings don't come into being facts. So what we do, we care about our employees' feelings, but as far as the analytics go. So what we are doing is we're making sure that we have to, with superstores being a couple of our stores, they have very stringent rules. In fact, especially with their mystery shops and everything else, they have the strictest of rules, strictest of talking points, strictest of everything. So we use that policy throughout all of our stores. So we'll be fine no matter which one of our OEMs we're taking care of. And that way we make sure we get it before a certain amount of rings that we answer it. And then we're making sure we're still getting our outbounds done in a timely fashion. And then we have AI that assists us after hours and is sending text messages, answering text messages, taking calls. So when we get in, we're efficiently able to start on that in the morning.
Sarah, isn't this refreshing to hear this really strong panel on BDC?
Ted, it's been something that I've been passionate about for over 14 years. And BDC is, it's just exactly what the name entails, business development. And so many times dealerships lose sight of that role in a BDC is the business development component. And the inbound calls, sometimes dealerships only focus on that element. Just let's stop the bleeding, answer the phone, and move on with it. But the outbound is so important because that additional component is what makes the difference in your business and actually grows your customer base and grows the loyalty that your customers have to you.
Tully, I see you chomping at the bit to get in. Go ahead.
I think the outbound call has been our biggest eye-opening event. I think, the inbounds, we're doing a much better job than we ever did before. But the outbounds, as we do pictures and videos for every inspection that we do, and we sell things that we recommend our family members, that when the customer leaves and doesn't buy everything, which we expect that customer already knows they should already have that. So our outbounds on declined services that we do have been huge success because they already know what they need, and we're not selling them things they don't need. And that helps the outbounds. Another thing, the biggest thing is special order parts, which I call future, that will be what your future allowance is going to be to send back to the factory after 12 months. We call on all of those, and we've had a great success bringing those people back in. And if they don't want to come back in, we can tell the parts manager that part, they can return it. So we do a great job on making sure we have special order parts. And then last but not least, recalls. Well, that's what the BDC loves the best because they know they're going to get an appointment probably for sure, right? And those are the ones they all like. And then now, guess what happens? Our OEMs are loving us because we're doing what? We're getting our recalls done in our market. So when you look at the outbounds, to me, that is probably the best thing about a BDC is making sure we're getting those outbounds, talking to those great employees. Our employees are talking to our great customers and getting them back in the door on a regular basis. And then the holy grail is let's call them before they need a service appointment, not after they need a service appointment that you missed it. And now we're seeing those as we building up all of our campaigns inside Volie, those are being huge success for us. When we opened up a new store, when we opened up another Porsche store, that Porsche store is empty. So what now we can call people up and say you're a Porsche customer and you're due. We can tell them they have an option of what store, and guess what? That person can handle that right quickly on the phone. Having those outbound calls are the best. And what we're finding out is that when the person answers the phone, we make the appointment 60+% of the time. It's a huge number, right? And all we want to do is get better and better. As Marla said, we're all about KPIs. At the Needle Company, we are all about the KPIs, and we want to show the wins every day.
Marla, I see you shaking your head. Tully's talking about outbound. He's talking about recalls, about how this leads to pictures and videos. Marla, this is really a huge strategy at the dealership.
Well, this is very exciting for us because this is a real strong point for us and something we couldn't manage without being on Volie. There was just no way to do it. There was no way for me to not only manage it, but there was no way for me to measure it. So, for instance, if somebody calls in and just hangs up right away, we call those people back. And on those people we call back, we have a 26 to 32%, depending on the brand, set rate for appointments. Now, would they have come in? I don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is we didn't have to play poker with it. The other thing too is that it helps us be extraordinarily efficient between our text messaging and our phone calls, which for our first owners clinics, our request and declines, our CSI, CSC, whatever brand you're with, our Conquest, we've gotten very good with Conquest. There's a whole lot of other things that we have moving. Special order parts is one of them as well. And body shop too. I mean, we have so many different avenues we're able to measure on. But the thing is that it's just like you were saying, is that our appointment penetration is so extremely high, but our show rate that's the report card. And when you're hovering in the high 80s month over month, you can't fudge those type of numbers. And the heat rate. Now, if you ask your service advisors and you ask your service directors, once they do this, how's the heat in your department? The customer heat goes down exponentially because you actually have people who are actually answering the phone. So, which is nice. And setting appointments for when the customer wants to come in, not when the service advisor is available to take care of the customer. So there's a whole lot of, it's like a finely tuned watch. There's a lot going on.
Marla, I've learned a lot from the Volie panels over the last year, and a lot of terms that Scott Davis has brought. That's a new term for me, heat rate. I'm going to put that one down in the book, and I'm going to follow up with Scott. Scott, you've got two very respected dealer groups here, Gilman in Houston, Nilo in California. They're using the Volie system. Scott, they know the numbers. They know the percentages. They know where they're at. And that speaks volumes to what you're doing at Volie.
Well, we want to help them run profitable BDCs. By the way, September is hurricane season in Florida. I did lose power twice. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Hopefully that was when Liza was talking, but we're all good here. We want to give them the numbers so that they can run a profitable BDC. It all comes down to management. I will talk a bit about labor. Marla kind of hit it on the head. If you you can generally add additional stores without adding labor if you centralize it, and the math is a lot better. I mean, if you've got a single store and you take 50 inbound calls a day, just because of how they're dispersed, you might have dropped 20 of them, and that just doesn't happen with or they get sent to a service advisor or such. I still think the key is these guys, though. We give them the numbers they need. The management is what runs these things. Software only amplifies good people doing it, and they're good examples of it. I did want to have them talk about showing all the stores love, how they do that, because one of the big complaints for the stores that choose not to centralize, we do have some very large publics that don't centralize their BDCs, and one of their complaints is that the service managers complain that their store isn't getting enough attention. So how do you guys answer that?
I'll take that first. So what we like to do is that we like to do the BDC roadshow. So, and what happens is the first one we did, we took everyone from the BDC and then no one answered the phone. So we learned that really quickly. But the goal is that if we bring one or two people from the BDC to have a meeting with the writers and with the service and parts managers, we find out like they're amazed on all of the great things we're doing for their stores. And it builds that relationship between everybody. So now they're asking for the road shows at their stores. They're asking, what can you do for us? And they're asking, how do I get my show rate at 100%, right? How do we get more appointments, or how do I help with special order parts, or how do I do this and how do we do that? And the BDC there is a huge part of that. So having a road show for your BDC, if you're centralized or not, is a must. And what our goal is to show off about how important a BDC is to a store. It's got to be one of your most prized possessions at your store.
Wow. Marla?
We're kind of a little bit of the opposite. We believe that you come to the mountain, and Mr. Gilman and Mr. Califf, require every service advisor to sit for a couple of days in the Service BX call center, learn what we do, and work. And when they actually see what's going on here, their heads explode. So it's kind of cool. And we also look at our call center as a mentorship program, because the people who advance from here have become very successful service writers. So what we hope that we're doing is, aside of teaching the people who are here how valuable it is, and knowing that all the information they need for a solid appointment is already in X-Time or Care Connect, whatever you're using, and allows them that extra time to spend in building rapport. They're like, wow, okay, I can live with that. And then also, I can't do this all day. They know that once they have to be here for a couple of days and we require them to work their own store, it's very eye-opening for them. And then once we place one of our previous concierges into their store as a service advisor and they're kicking their butt, that's a whole new game changer too, because they've all done extremely well, and we have 100% retention on the people who have come through our mentorship program. So we're growing our own people instead of hiring other people's problems.
Liza, there are a lot of best practices being shared in this panel, and I appreciate you bringing everybody here. Liza, do most stores, when they come to Volie, do they already have an existing BDC and they're looking for a solution?
Good question. Most, yes, not all. We have had a few clients who've come to us, hey, we're just starting out. We haven't even hired a team yet, but they're establishing a BDC. So a little bit of both. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Scott Davis, every session we do with Volie, we learn a whole lot more. We've got two great dealers here, Team Gilman and Nilo Company. Scott, for our audience who knows that there's nothing more important than that phone call coming in to start things off, and then what all it can lead to. Scott, what's the best way for our audience to learn more about Volie?
Well, of course, our website, volie.com, my email and my cell phones on the screen too. I answer every call, nights, weekends, I'll be here. And I just want to come back. It was great to meet Sarah and hear her feedback. And of course, Liza is always awesome. Tully and Marla are just super generous with their time. And I just really want to thank them for today.
Yeah, what a great panel, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being here today on the Volie panel. Marla, Cardenas from Team Gilman, thank you. Hopefully the first of many Fixed Ops Roundtables, Marla. Great knowledge. Thank you so much. Love it. Tully Williams from the Nilo Company. Sarah Van Tyne, thank you so much today. Great information. Liza Martenson at Volie. Great to meet you, Liza. Have you back for more of these Fixed Ops Roundtables. And Scott Davis from Volie. Again, cutting edge information, real timely. So thank you for bringing all this to the roundtable.
Yep, thank you.
Everybody, for more information, you can learn about Volie, the #1 BDC engine. You can get a hold of Scott Davis, the president. Go to volie.com. Scott's email is scrolling across the bottom. That's his cell phone. It says you can call or text. Check it out, okay? And on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you, everybody, for your time here today on the Volie panel.
My Karma, everything fixed ops in one place. The first truly unified solution for fixed operations. A comprehensive suite of key applications, deeply integrated with software and DMS providers, and open APIs that offer unprecedented opportunities for dealerships to build custom solutions. My Karma, a proven name with over $21 billion in payments processed, 423 million text messages transmitted, and over 9.5 million videos recorded. My Karma users enjoy an average 16% lift in RO dollars. And innovative solutions like our Advanced Scheduler Plus and Service Cart Video MPI transform the service experience.
What I really enjoy about it is the connection and the relationship building.
We pretty much use every aspect of My Karma that we can.
We went from a paper multi-point to a digital multi-point. It literally year over year, 350% increase in our net profit.
It is incredible. Online payments, easy. The cream always rises to the top with this, and you know, My Karma has been the best.
We're sipping on sunshine here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable Summer Palooza event.
It's a service drive summer. Learn all about increasing retention through service drive acquisition with our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Special guest Brian Kramer, no stranger to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Brian Kramer is the EVP of Cars.com and the General Manager of Accu-Trade. Brian, welcome to the show today.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. Looking forward to it.
We've had so many conversations, Brian, over the years. And one of the things that I'm excited to pick your brain about today is really about the appraisal process that happens in the service drive. And you and I were talking before this, and we were discussing some of the apprehension that can sometimes happen when a service manager sees that sales consultant coming back into the service drive and they don't know, what is sales doing back here? Why are they here in the lane talking to my customers? So what would you say is the strategies that some dealers are implementing today to overcome some of that apprehension that may happen?
Well, I would say the first thing that dealers need to do is acknowledge the fear and the apprehension coming from the service manager, because it's legit. If a service consultant or ASM started coming back to somebody who was about to refinance their car or buy a service contract, and they said, I don't know if you need to buy a service contract, you can just pay for the repair today, it would cause a little bit of friction, right? So that's I think the perception whenever a salesperson's coming back in the middle of while they're trying to quote work and trying to trade somebody out of their vehicle. I think there's a couple things. The technology has to be aligned with what the service manager is talking about. We use an OBD2 tool. We use Blue Driver, which integrates with the op codes and everything like that. So it's going to work in sync with whatever it is that they're talking about on the drive. But more importantly, we're also measuring the tires more accurately. We're looking at the cosmetics more accurately. Since Accu-Trade will end up putting in all the reconditioning work, not just what the work is, but the dollars, because a bumper on a vehicle with parking sensors and sonar bumpers is going to be different than one without. A windshield that needs heads-up display or some of this new technology that's coming out, augmented reality windshields that could be $3,000 or $4,000. Just deducting $600 or $700 off the appraisal for a windshield doesn't get it done. And then that actually causes more friction when the car is taking in because they didn't deduct enough. So then they say, you know what, I'm not doing any of that work. Let's just wholesale it. So the key is making sure that they're working in harmony so that whatever that work is ends up getting done regardless. The ASM gets paid on it. The ASM that sold the work, instead of it going back to the internal team, should be able to close that out as an internal ticket. However you handle that on the back end in accounting, or, it needs to be closed out. They need to get paid on it. And all the work they recommended needs to get done. You're going to do it anyway when you certify the vehicle or, put it on the used car lot. So that person might as well get paid versus somebody else on the internal team. And that's typically what causes all the friction. So I think that making sure that the rules of engagement are done. The other thing that I would say is the salesperson can't just grab the keys and go take the customer into the showroom, test drive a car while the car is still sitting on the drive without a hat tag on the dash, and nobody knows where it's at, and it's blocking all the incoming traffic at 7:30 in the morning. That's obviously one of the quick things that needs to be avoided. So whenever they do, they need to make sure that they're checked in, they're on the route sheet, the RO is opened, and then they can engage, and the ASM has the key. I think that those are that's the price of admission, if you will.
You know, you touched on a lot of different processes that have to go in sync and in lockstep in order for it to be successful. But on the receiving end of all of those processes is still the customer. So how does Accu-Trade help the customer understand, the pros and cons? Like, is it time for me to trade now? Is this a good financial decision? How does Accu-Trade help the customer in that communication piece?
So that's a great question. So the first thing is either an iPad or on an iPhone, the client is doing an active appraisal with the salesperson or with the ASM or with the acquisition agent, whoever that person is. It's very paint by numbers, where you're just clicking on certain parts of the appraisal. Each panel on every single vehicle is laid out. It asks, and it just is very intuitive. What's the tread depth on this tire? What's the tread depth on this tire? And it just takes you down the whole progression, which is how you're able to appraise a car in 2 minutes or less, as long as you walk all the way around it. But now the customer is looking at it and they're negotiating. Well, I think that's a scratch versus a scuff, or it's buffable. Do you really need to repaint that? And those are the more evolved questions that you're having, instead of, I think it's worth $15,000. No, we think it's worth $10,000. And then it's just this arbitrary ping pong back and forth. You're actually using logic, data, and real reconditioning estimates in order to have an intelligent conversation. And in most cases, the consumers have already done their research, so they have an idea of what it's worth. But when you're involving them in the process and they're participating in the appraisal of their vehicle, it generates a different result. The other thing that it does is you're going on offense rather than playing defense, because there's other third parties online, in store, that are willing to give the clients those numbers all the time. So when you're more evasive about it and you're not able, and everybody's not decentralized to give that type of information, I think that the consumer gets more apprehensive and they're less likely to transact. And when you look at all the different repair orders that are happening out on the service drive, you don't have to be so scarcity minded to where you only can fixate on, well, this one customer is the only person I'm going to work today. If they don't want to do it, that's great. Here's my business card. Whenever you do want to sell it, we're always looking for vehicles like yours. And, we'd love to appraise it again 3 months, 6 months, whenever you're ready. I think it's a much different approach. You don't like saving money. Why don't you want to trade? And trying to, pressure somebody. That's the other thing that service managers hate, is their, the service clients being, molested, for lack of a better word.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the pieces on, when you're thinking about involving the customer in the appraisal process, because I think that's another question that comes up quite a bit, is in the mix of having that service customer come in, so many times the car may not be at the dealership, or the customer isn't at the dealership. We're thinking, and we're talking earlier with Ed Roberts and talking about some of the things that Bozard is doing with mobile service. And so how does a service manager or sales manager look at the appraisal pieces when the car isn't necessarily at the dealership and they're sitting someplace else off site, and that's a whole different animal with the processes and the conversations?
So that's a great question. Our software is so simple that we literally text a link to the consumer, and the consumer can appraise the vehicle just as easily as we can. And we find that in many cases, the consumer goes a little bit slower and they're a little bit more detailed. So they're actually, for the most part, they're more accurate than we are, because they're not getting distracted or have to do, multitasking. They're just focused on that one thing, and they're trying to be really methodical in terms of how, getting the most money for their vehicle. So they point out things that a lot of times we wouldn't deduct for. So if anything, we're overcorrecting in those situations. But a consumer can appraise their own vehicle in 2 or 3 minutes, no differently than they can on a Carvana or CarMax website. It's a simpler version of what they're using with a lot more data behind it.
Are you seeing more customers really taking that first? I mean, you mentioned Carvana, and we've talked about some of the AI and the automation that that is happening in the industry, and customers getting communications from so many different sources today. And especially at the dealership, that's a sore subject sometimes for a service manager is, my sales department is just spamming my customers. They're getting, the email blast, they're getting the mailer, and they want to buy the car from them. So how does Accu-Trade help, really hit the customer at the right time in their buying cycle, instead of, doing some of the more traditional, just here, we're going to drop a mailer in their mailbox and hope that maybe they're in the market?
So I think that when you're taking a very non-aggressive approach, like what we're talking about, you're now competing with Carvana has the value tracker. And every time that somebody comes in or anybody gets on their website, now they're opted into a once a month value. So they see the value going up, they see the value going down. So they've already been conditioned to it. But before that, they've even been conditioned even more with Carfax. And most dealers are like, well, I don't know if I want to give the number every time they come in for service. When in reality, they've been doing it for years at the bottom of the repair order, or at the bottom of the Carfax follow-up. And there hasn't been any backlash because that's what consumers want. But this is just giving them a more accurate version of that, because typically it's just taking an average of an average. This is a guaranteed value, that we'll write a check for on any car, an EV, over $100,000, 100,000 miles, 2 bad Carfaxes, airbag deployment, doesn't really matter. We'll write a check for it. But we're also going to present our equivalent of an MPI, and we call it a universal condition report. And it's kind of like a GIA grading for diamonds. Instead of clarity and cut and color, it's measuring tread depth. Is it red, yellow, green in terms of the brakes, the tires, and giving them a full diagnostic that, you're at half-life on the tires, you're at half-life on the brakes. It doesn't mean, wipers. It doesn't mean that you have to replace it today, but it's going to be an expense for you. And this is how much it's going to be. And this is what needs to be done today. So we approach appraisals in the exact same way that we approach MPIs.
It's so fascinating. And everyone, Brian Kramer, EVP of Cars.com, is here with us today, and he's also the general manager of Accu-Trade. We've been talking a lot so far about used vehicle acquisitions and buying cars in the service drive. I want to shift for a second because, in the retail landscape right now, we're seeing so many changes happening with new car and used car inventory. And dealers are looking at what's on their floor plan, and they're looking at their expenses and looking at personnel costs. And there's some concerning things coming up in the fall, where some dealers are hurting a little bit more than others when they're looking at how much expense is going out. And so, I want to get your perspective for a second about really the used car market, because a lot of dealers are seeing customers wanting to, purchase used cars because maybe they're a little bit less expensive and their monthly payment is less expensive. But then dealers have that question of, well, what is the right inventory for my market? So I'm getting local customers, but also competitive in the larger landscape. If I need to get the car off my floor plan, how do I get it out into the masses? So what are you seeing with regard to dealerships leveraging Accu-Trade or other technologies to better be mindful of the inventory they need to keep?
So that's such a good question. And as we've talked before, it comes down to, Robert Hollinshead, who was the founder of Accu-Trade and KBB ICO and Autotrader Trade and Marketplace, has this philosophy called best end user, and that there's a best end user for every asset. And a certified Honda dealer is going to be better at selling a certified Civic than a Ford dealer is. And a Ford dealer is going to sell a certified F-150 for much more than a Honda dealer is. And those are just two extreme examples, but Ford dealer also knows the difference between a 300 and a 302A package when it comes to that vehicle. What a pearl white 4-wheel drive F-150 302A package with a panel roof and heated seats is worth relative to a burgundy F-150 2-wheel drive that doesn't have any options, that also competes with rental cars. And those two vehicles might look the same in terms of an average, at auction average or evaluation average, but in our software tool, that could be $7,000 in difference. So making sure that you're the right dealer with the right vehicle fit in the right market. And those are kind of the three weighted factors in how we look at it. But I also think that there's something a lot more that comes into that. You've got to trust more people to appraise vehicles, and it's kind of like having a parts manager that was the only one that can create parts markup. You would never do it like that. There's a whole team that's able to quote parts pricing. And if you only had one parts manager that could dictate what the margins are on all the parts, you'd only be able to price X amount of parts. Well, it's the same thing when it comes to appraisals. You're only appraising so many vehicles because you're leaving it all in one or two people's hands. And it's almost like there's some sorcerer that they're the only ones that know what cars are worth, when in actuality, it's totally not the case. And in order to double, triple or quadruple the amount of appraisals, everybody's going to have to loosen up on that and be okay. Just like better than anybody, when BDCs started quoting payments and started quoting prices, everybody lost their minds initially, right? But now you're not going to get anybody in unless you are transparent with that information. It's the same way with when it comes to appraisals. And when we recommend BDCs being able to use Accu-Trade in that way to be able to transact online the same way, you'll see very shortly with service departments, we're integrating with Hunter alignment racks, and then eventually with UVI, so that as consumers are driving through, if you've got 100 ROs a day, 200 ROs a day, it's going to be appraising those cars in real time. The only question is, how do you want to deliver that information to the consumer?
So much great information, Brian. And want to also thank Accu-Trade for being a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. It's so important that we have companies like yours that really inspire that trust with both the dealership and the customer in the experience that they deliver. And, another question just that came to mind as you were talking about some of the pieces, with the used cars and freeing up that appraisal and not having one source of truth or one person, that if they're not available, what happens with the appraisal? Do we not have a figure on a car? Are we making the customer wait? There's definitely some dealers out there still that are very tight on that process where they say, the customer has to bring that car in. We have to have that person, take time out of their day, bring us the vehicle to do that appraisal or finalize the appraisal before we'll actually buy the vehicle from that customer. And you and I both know, and anybody listening, that can be a very friction-filled experience for the customer, especially if they feel like, well, I've just wasted my time. I came out there and I was told one thing, and now here it is, and it's radically different. What strategies are you seeing the successful dealers implement to overcome that hurdle of, that customer friction that happens with the in-person appraisal process?
So it's funny you should ask that. The average for every 100 new cars sold in the United States, the average number of trade-ins on those transactions is 43. So that means that only 43 trade-ins on 100 cars, when we all know there's a lot more trades than that. And then when you go to used cars, it's 28 on every 100 used cars sold. So the question that every dealer needs to be asking is, where are all these trades going? And there's not that many people adding to the fleet. And there haven't been that many leases that have been grounded. And this has been the same way for the last, 5-10 years, that those percentages, they go up and they fluctuate 5%. But still, that's a gigantic gap in terms of, let's just say that there's 2 or 3% scrappage rate. There's 10% new car first-time buyers, which I think is high. You're still in the 80s. So to be at 43%, there's a lot of other dealers, and we power, many of them. I can't say exactly who they are, but some of the largest used car aggregators in the world, we white label and we power. So we see all the data that's coming through. We've got a lot of partners that are buying 1,500 cars a week from consumers. And in order to do that, there has to be a lot of dealers that are unwilling to give that information. And that information asymmetry is what's causing this. And I talk to so many dealers on a daily basis that say, well, we've got our own way and it works for us, right? We don't give them a price and we get them in half the time or 35% of the time. And I don't think that they're looking at the large aggregate, that dealers' unwillingness to be able to be transparent and give consumers this information is creating separate cottage industries of these independent wholesalers that are buying the cars. I'll give just one quick number. CarMax acquired 1.1 million used cars from consumers last year. They wholesaled 537,000 back to dealers. And in some cases, those same customers that they wouldn't give a price to initially, and then they buy the car back for $1,200 more than what they would have offered to the customer. So it's crazy or thousands less when they could have just bought the car at a lower price. So being transparent, not just in used cars, but in service and in every part of the business, there's such a law of abundance out there and so much more business that we could all grab. If we would just give the customers what they want. I mean, that's the biggest issue I see is not giving customers what they want. It's the same thing happened with Yellow Cab that Uber did. They just gave them the information, and now or Yellow Cab versus Uber, it's dying on the vine.
It's incredible to hear all of the things that you're seeing across the industry. And one final question, just because I know a lot of dealers are thinking about this. We have a lot of OEM dealerships that have, those tie-ins where they're concerned about, well, I want to make sure that I'm working with a partner that really gets what the nuances of my OEM are. And Accu-Trade, my understanding is that you have a lot of OEMs that you're approved with. So could you expand a little bit more about those relationships and what you're seeing?
Absolutely. So we're turnkey with every OEM now. As of about a month ago, we finally just got the last few pieces of the puzzle connected. We're 100% co-op with Stellantis, but we're approved with every OEM. We've got some partnerships that are more advantageous to give more data sharing. Ford Direct in the shop by Ford is one that comes to mind. And for Ford dealers, for instance, we integrate 100% with eLead and with AutoFi, because I know that's kind of the tech stack that goes with that. Same thing with Roadster, Upstart / Prodigy. So we look at our integrations as a strength. We can push into Drive Centric and all of those other things. We just got our CDK and Reynolds data DMS integrations finally, which a little bit tougher than I thought it was going to be. But our goal is to provide best-in-class data backing up our best-in-class appraisals for acquisitions. And then here coming soon will be our IMS, or inventory management software, that'll syndicate. That we're currently in pilot now. So if anybody would like to be part of that pilot, after the end of this, you can get on Accu-Trade's website. It's acc-trade.com, and just fill out your information, and you can be part of that pilot.
And Brian, if people want to learn more about how they can be utilizing Accu-Trade in their service department or across their sales department, what is the best way for them to get in touch with you?
You can email me at bkramer@cars.com, or I've got a YouTube channel at Brian Kramer, BrianKramer, and the first thing that will come up is Service Drive Acquisition Playlist, which is a series of videos specifically targeted at the frequently asked questions about that, because that's typically what we get the most questions about, but it's also the most upside. We've now, as of last month, we've got a dealer in Florida that's going to acquire 224 cars off the Service Drive this month. So it's becoming a bigger and bigger part of people's business, and there's really no expense to it.
Brian Kramer, everyone, EVP of Cars.com and General Manager of Accu-Trade. Brian, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank you for being on this incredible segment with us today, and also for Accu-Trade being a certified partner with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. For our listeners, if you want to learn more information on the ticker down at the bottom, we have accutrade.com, but it's accu-trade.com. Brian Kramer's email is down there as well. If you would like to get in touch with him, if you have any questions, he is available. And so, Brian, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for being here today. It's always a pleasure to hear all of the information and insights that you share.
Thanks for having me on, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Everyone stay tuned. We have more exciting segments coming up on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I'm out here today appraising and buying cars from total strangers using just two things: our Accu-Trade mobile app and our Bluetooth OBD2 scanner. That's all we need in order to give them a 100% instant offer guaranteed by Accu-Trade. So let's tell Maeve what her vehicle is worth and what we're willing to write you a check for.
Let's do it. No way!
Right?
No! I might want my check.
Okay, we can. That's all it takes.
Learn, network, and grow at the next Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up event, happening live on October 3rd and 4th on the campus of Northwood University in Midland, Michigan. Please join us for this special event. Stay up to date with where we are headed next by following the Fixed Ops Roundtable on social media.
Put a pencil to paper as we hear about pre-employment testing with the Go Trego panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It was not that long ago that we did a pop-up event both at the Nilo Company in Sacramento and at Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Ed Roberts and Tully Williams are with us. And Ed, I remember being given a copy of this book here, Be the Sun, Not the Salt. And I was so impressed with yourself, Jeff King, Bo Bozard, Lady Bozard, and your entire organization. And really the culture, Ed, that you've built around that and how your employees have embraced it and how your customers have embraced it. I also want to welcome Joe Kistner and Cobi Collins, who are here today from Go Trego. Everybody, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Thanks, Ted.
Ed, give us some backstory on the book and the culture at your organization, if you don't mind.
So we're a very supportive culture. A lot of the audience knows that we have Bozard University out there. Some do, some don't. But we want to develop our people. In order to develop our people, we want to develop in the ways that we want them to be developed in. And to be a progressive company, to be a progressive, no matter what industry you're in, you got to look and see what is my opportunity to get better? How can I get better? How can I be a better version of myself? And the book that you're referencing there, Be the Sun, Not the Salt, says anything positive is about being the sun, being that bright spot. Anything that is kind of drawn back and people pull away from is the salt. Well, if you look at what it does to the tree, you pour salt on the roots, the tree dies. But this tree cannot live without the sun. And so it's really just a great guide to being a good person. And each chapter is about a 45-second read, and it's impactful with any chapter you open it up to. And it's easy to just tell somebody today, whatever day it is on the calendar, read that chapter, and you'll get something from it that'll help you through the day.
Ed, I got to ask you, here we are coming into early fall. Approximately how many employees at the Bozard organization?
Well, we cracked 400 earlier this summer. So and who knows what that number is going to land or whatever else. And there really shouldn't be a landing spot because we should always be looking to get better. But with the plans that we have in place, it's going to continue to climb, and it's a fun ride to be on.
And Tully, I still carry with me in my wallet the core values of the Nilo organization that Mr. Nilo and his son Derek gave us at the pop-up event. And Tully's so impressed with your 10 different dealerships as well.
Yeah, I think it starts with culture. You know, like Ed said, it's all about the people. And I think that if your culture, if your dealer believes in that, a lot of dealers don't. They pretend they do, and they don't. And if we believe in people as our number one core value, we are a team. When there's ever an issue, if there's ever a problem, we go to our core values and see what does our core values say, and that's what we hold accountable. And like Ed does too, we believe people are our best asset, and our goal is not to hire on the outside, but hire within and promote up. So we have plans for all of our GMs. Our GMs have all come through the system. All of our service managers have come through the system. All of our parts managers have come through the system. There is written plans for all of our managers to see the pathway to success. And that's the reason why when we come back and we look at Go Trego, this is so important for us to have a profile of that person, because when we hire a porter, he one day could be a foreman or a service manager at a store. So how important it is for us to know that person psychologically. We might get a good read by just interviewing that person, but that's not the whole story. And when we believe people are our best assets, people are what make the Nilo company great, 102 years in business. It starts with having great products to help us make sure we have those great successes.
You know, we've heard Tully and Ed for many years, the story about Carl Sewell and customers for life. I did not realize it till I met Joe Kistner, and he pointed out in chapter 18, the pre-employment assessment tests that were designed by Dr. Trego and utilized exclusively first at Carl Sewell. Joe and Cobi want to welcome you, and maybe Joe first, if you'd give us a little background on some of the work that you've been doing in the automotive industry for a long time.
Yes, as I mentioned before, the company's been around since Dr. Trego started back in 1972, working closely with Carl Sewell to help build that organization. As a result, over the years, we've branched out to a number of dealerships throughout the country, helping them build their organizations, allowing us to collect data. Dr. Trego has collected unbelievable amounts of data, statistical data, performance data, assessment data, for them, and be able to hone and fine tune the assessment to the point where it truly is an automotive assessment in that psychological world. And that's important because there's a lot of tools on the market. They're all great tools, but they're normally designed for general business application, where the Trego tool was really built around and for the automotive industry. And that's one of the reasons why, as I've mentioned before, the Sewell organization, you do not get a job unless you can get through that assessment and meet their standard. And I think it's important, the word standard, because as Tully pointed out, it's about culture and being able to get the right people to be able to get into their culture. And the assessment is not just to make sure you're finding a person who seems like can fit the job, but you got to make sure they can work and operate within the culture. And that's really the big difference.
Cobi, the pre-employment test that we're all referring to that the Sewell organization has used, do they still use it? And how is that being utilized around the country as well?
They do still use it. And in fact, anyone who has worked for Sewell who moves to another organization, the tool usually goes with them. They feel a little bit lost without it. And they all recognize the value that it played into their ability to uncover the right talent for the organization. As you all know, not everyone is built for sales and not everyone is built for the auto industry. And so being able to uncover that talent and really understand who can be successful long-term over time. So we're not really looking in the rearview mirror. Our goal is to take a windshield approach, and that's what Sewell does, is we want to know what are people capable of moving into the future. And so that's what all of our other dealerships that we work with across the US, and that's what they do, and we're having tremendous success with them. And it takes a while to turn culture around, just as you totally mentioned, that it's easy for a GM or a GSM to say, hey, look, this is how we want our culture to look. But are they willing to do what it takes to get there? And so we partner with them to help them get that done and help turn the culture around. And it takes a little bit of a commitment, but we do the heavy lifting. So
I've heard Sewell referred to as a world-class organization. Cobi, would that be accurate?
Absolutely. And you all know that there are differences. There are okay dealerships, there are good dealerships, and then there's world-class. And for those people who are part of the roundtable, we know if they're associated with you all, they're after world-class. And world-class it just means we're after excellence, that good enough isn't good enough and that mediocre isn't where we want to land. And we want customers for life. We want our customers to come in and talk about their great experiences from the minute they enter the property all the way through to that purchase, and then service and follow-up. And then their kids and buying their next cars, that we don't want them to come in and say, well, I bought this car here because you're the only one who had it on the lot and it's the one I need, but I'll never work with you again. And so building that, having the right people, and knowing that, you had mentioned this previously, Ted, that a porter could potentially become a sales manager. And so we want to know that we're bringing the right people in the front door and not having to shove them out the back door because we made a bad hiring decision that was really costly.
Ed, you've had a chance to see a lot of dealerships in the course of your career. What's the difference between a good organization, Ed, and a world-class organization?
Well, we just talked about it. It's people, and let's talk about that. She said that it's about onboarding the right people, but then also at the end she talked about maybe that valet or porter becoming that sales manager. Well, these tools not only help you onboard the right people, they also help you identify if they can do the job that you're trying to promote them into. Because a lot of times in any industry, it doesn't matter whether it's automotive or not, somebody's good at the job that they're in, and we put them in the next role, and it's a totally different element of things that they need to be in tune with, and they fell at it. We've watched it happen over and over and over again. And it's because we put them in a position that doesn't fit their skill set. And when you can identify those things, not only just onboarding them, but also in internal moves, you put them in positions where they can thrive rather than just survive. And when our people are just surviving, that's when we have turnover. They don't like working there, and they look to go elsewhere. When we put them in a position to thrive, they don't even consider going elsewhere. So that's the opportunity to make you world class, is bring in the right people and then continue to put them in the right spot on the bus to where they can contribute at the highest level possible.
Ed, I know you've seen it, that somebody could interview really well and look really good on the interview, but turn out a whole lot different. Does an assessment test, a pre-employment assessment test like Trego, make a lot of sense in an organization like yours?
Absolutely. Let's talk about that for a moment. A lot of people are professional interviewers or interviewees. They have experience on anything that we could continue to do over and over and over again. We are going to get better at it, but it doesn't necessarily make them the right employee. So just because they can interview well doesn't mean they're the ones that you're looking for if they're not complementing the team. And so, yes, having these assessments to where you can say, all right, this is what I'm looking for. Can they fit that? And can they fit what we're trying to get to with our culture, or continue to impact our culture, continue to grow our culture? Those are the things that sets us apart, to where we can identify more than just the surface. We can dig in a little deeper.
Tully, when you walk into the NILO organization, I think it's 700 plus employees. You can feel the difference, and you know it's world class when you walk in.
It is, and I think that we want our employees to have ownership in this. They want to know that they're recognized. We want to know that they're valued. And I think a lot of times when you look at a subpar stores, is that they're just they're like, I'm just in here. It's just the grind of the day. I'm trying to get paid to go home. We don't want to overwork anybody. I want everybody to make more money than they've ever made in their life, and I want them to go home happy every day. But that starts with people that care. Right? And the reason you have these tests is to find out, do these people care? Are they being hired for the right spot? Should this person be a car salesman or a service advisor or a technician to a parts counter? All these people are vital for us to make great decisions every day at a car dealership. So when it looks at our people, look at your store and say, what is your tenure? The oldest employee we have, 50 years, a technician, been here 50 years. That tells you an awful lot of what's happening at your store. If you look at your service drive and your service riders have been there 6 months, you have a serious problem. As you know, Ed's store and our store, our guys have 20, 30 years of experience because they're there, because they're lifers. If they want to increase, they can. There's opportunity to become a service manager. But it starts by making that great hire. So when we look at programs like GoTargo, is that how are they doing? Are they capable of doing that? And as we grow them, as we do job assessments every month or every 3 months and talk about performance, these are positive events. These are events saying, you're doing a magnificent job. What is your pathway? Are you achieving things that you want to achieve on a monthly basis? This is not a yearly question. This is a monthly basis. And how can we help you be more successful? What happens when we make employees successful? The store becomes a machine. And that's what we want. And it starts by making people happy. And that's the reason why what's most important at a store is employee satisfaction is clearly the number one goal that we want to make. Show the plan, be transparent, hire the right people. And that's why Trego is so important at a store.
Joe, it sounds like from listening to Tully and Ed and your experience in the industry working with dealerships like Sewell, it sounds like it was an intentional mindset to become world class. I don't know if you want to ask any questions of Tully and Ed about how they got there.
Yeah, well, it is intentional to become world class. That doesn't happen by accident, right? And I am curious to see, what they did and what they went through to get there. But one of the things that jumps out at me is we throw the word around a lot, world class, right? So So what does that mean to the average viewer? And a lot of the viewers are all fixed ops folks, but if you think about that to the outside world, right? You know, an example that I give is we have a customer that called us a couple months ago and wanted to start using our assessment. And we asked, how did they hear of us? And here's what she said. She was a small business owner. She took her car into Sewell to get worked on. And she was so impressed with the way the people were, the organization was, and how it operated. She went out of her way to find the manager and ask them, what do you do to hire these people? Because this is what I want working in my company. And she told them, well, we use the Trego. And she picked up the phone and called us. But that's an example of what bleeds world class when you get someone who's not even in the industry notices something at that level. All the way to the other end, because, you know, Tully, beautiful point he just made. You got to have happy employees. Happy employees make for engaged employees and it makes for happy customers. And they have to care about what they're doing. I have a personal example. Literally 3 weeks ago, I bought a new car here in Florida. And a week later, there was a little something on the bumper was out of alignment. No big deal, but it needed to be adjusted. I took it into the service manager and said, listen, this thing's brand new. I'm not sure what's the path to get this fixed. And he said to me, well, we don't have a collision department here. You have to go to another place, which is 2 hours away. I said, you got to be kidding me. And I walked away from there. Obviously, I went to the guy I bought the car from, and they took care of it. But as I walked out of there, it's like, if that service writer was at Sewell Motor Company, he'd have been fired on the spot for treating me that way. Because even though he didn't have the authority to do much about it, there's somebody in that dealership that does. And he should have went to go find that out. That's the difference between world class and not. And by making sure you use the tool to get there is really important, because a lot of people might use a tool like the Trego, and even some of our clients, they do. I'll tell you, they use it. They want to make sure they think they're getting the right person. It validates their interview process. Their goal is to reduce turnover. It's very turnover. It's very transactional, but they haven't made the commitment to go world class. They haven't set the standard to go world class. And I've mentioned it before in Sewell's book in chapter 18, he clearly states that he only wants to hire bright people. And that doesn't mean bright means world class, but what it meant was he needed people who can, to use the word Tully just used a minute ago, can do the job. See, because with the Trego assessment, we're not only measuring personality, you're measuring cognitive ability. And you've got to make sure that they're not only their heart's into it, that's personality, but if their head's not into it, they're not going to be able to do what they need to do to get the job done, because they really don't have the capacity to get that done. So just a personality is one thing, but you got to measure what's upstairs as well.
Cobi, you work with a lot of dealerships. What makes Trego different?
It's really our partnership. So aside from the science, right, I could geek out on the science all day long. And what's really cool is we just take what you already do naturally and we apply science to it. And Ed, to your point about, hiring somebody who doesn't work out, nobody likes doing that. And I'm quite certain that neither of you think to yourselves, we need 3 top performers this week and 2 bottom performers to balance out the team. But it happens, right? You hire some top performers and you hire some bottom performers. If you're not able to measure to, let's call it a benchmark, to measure to a pattern, to measure to something that is scientifically proven. And I think so many hiring managers actually don't know the statistics, Ted, that we can actually take. So on average, we'll hire people who we like, who interview well, who have a good experience, a good resume. Maybe they were referred to us by somebody we really trust. About 14% of the time in those cases, we'll get a top performer. When you take and add science and a true pre-hire job fit assessment, which is what the Trego is, and that's what's different. So Ted, to that question, it is that this is a job fit assessment. And when you apply that science to it, you increase from 14 to 76% chance to get a top performer 1 and 2 times, 1 and 3 times of hiring. And some organizations like Sewell, it's much higher than that once you get the system down. And we partner with you. We are actually a strategic business partner. We don't hand you a tool and go, good luck. We actually get in, we partner with you. People joke and call me their people Sherpa because I'll hand walk the team through what it is to turn culture around and stick with you until you fully experience those results. So we don't just throw statistics at you for fun or to prove things out. We actually will walk with you and make sure you're getting that ROI and that you're experiencing those results inside your organization, however long that takes.
Ed, it's all too common, like Cobi said, there's 5 new hires and, we intentionally plan that a couple are not going to work out. Ed, that's commonplace in the retail automotive industry.
So the audience will click onto this and this will bring that into view. A lot of times we hire 8 or 10 people hoping that 2 of them will stick. It isn't that we're looking for the 3 performers and the 2 non-performers to work out, to balance out. It's that we're looking for the ones where we're hiring more than we need to get the ones that will stick. And when you can move it from 14%, which is about what the number is when you hire 8 and 1 hangs on, that's the superstar. That what if you can narrow that down to increasing that to 76%, meaning 76% of the time you're going to hire the right fit. And at the other time, you're probably not necessarily not hiring the right fit. You're hiring someone that can be developed for the right fit. Right. So if you have those 2 together where you can develop them and narrow down for one that can hit it now, you're probably hitting it out of the park 90-something% of the time. And I'll take those odds anytime.
You bet, Ed. And not everyone can be developed. Not everyone is meant to be in that role. And the perception of if I can do it, you can do it, that's not scientifically accurate. It's not really true. We like to say that to motivate people, but it's not real. And so we need to know who can do the job and who will do it. And that's what our tool reveals right up front. So you can know this about people the moment they start work for you instead of 6 months down the line when you're pulling your hair out because you can't get them to do the job.
Right. And then we tell everybody that we can't find anybody that wants to work. Well, you're looking in the wrong pools and you're hiring the wrong people.
Thank you for saying that, Ed.
When that happens, we have to look in the mirror. And when there's tools out there that can help us narrow that down to, hey, there is people that want to be out there and they want to be a part of it. But you got to create the culture that they want to be a part of. And as you start to use those tools to bring in the right people and that culture starts to shift, just like Sewell, just like us here at Bolzard, just like Tully at Nilo, people want to be a part of it, and it compounds itself over and over again. But it happened with intentionality. It didn't happen by accident. And you can't duplicate something by accident. It takes intentionality to continue to duplicate things over and over again.
Tully, I've been to Ed's store, and I know that he doesn't personally. Maybe at one time he did all the hiring, but he has great people who do that under him. I would imagine, Tully, having met a lot of your people, it's the same at your place, and having a tool like this would make a big difference.
It does. I mean, I don't hire anybody, right? Our goal is we want the store to run the store itself, but our goal is that we're here to help. But when we look at managers, right? They're busy, and a lot of times we're hiring because of necessity. I gotta hire somebody. I need a porter so bad. That is the worst time to hire because then honestly, that person's not going to last very long, right? So our goal is that if we have tools for our managers to be successful. But I want to take one point that Ed was talking about is when the culture at your store is the store to be at. We are the place to be at in Sacramento. Ed's store is the place to be in Florida, right? Our goal is how do people get in? And when you bring people in from the bottom and move them up, the goal is that you have great products like Trego to help you get the right people, but then you have the process of watching them grow and putting them in the pathway that we feel is best for them to be successful. We don't want to hire GMs. I don't want to hire sales managers. I don't want to hire service managers. I don't want to hire parts managers. I don't want to hire any managers. What I want to hire are porters, salespeople, young technicians that are coming out that are paid hourly. Those are the people we want to grow and watch them successful. What do we want them all to do? We want them all to get married, buy a house, and buy a car. That's what we want. That would be so great.
Tully, that speaks to something you mentioned to me a while ago, career path at Nilo.
I think career paths are so important, and we just had our service manager dinner last night, and we finalized our brochure that we hand out. We have a career path, and we have it in writing how much they get paid for achieving certain goals. our goal is that how do we make it pretty and we can hand it to people, right? I want to go to junior colleges and in professional colleges and hand out my brochures, and I'm the only guy with the brochure. So when you come to work for the needle company, guess what? You know how much money you're gonna get paid. And if you do these things, I pay you more. You don't have to ask for a raise. I give it to you. And if you achieve these things, you have a pathway to become a service manager if you want, or a service writer, or a foreman. Whatever the path you want, we want to make sure that we have all the opportunities for all these great people to achieve those. Our goal is to be transparent and have growth for all of our employees. Hire at the bottom and move them up. That's the ticket.
Joe, at Go Trego, pardon me.
That's okay.
Cobi is here. Joe, you help ensure adoption when you work with the dealership and get them on this process. If you don't mind, speak to that, and then over to Cobi.
Yeah, I do. And Cobi is really instrumental in making that happen, because one of the questions that I was going to have for Tully and Ed was, I see that there's a common theme with the folks we work with that leadership and ownership doesn't really want to tell managers what to do or how to do their job, right? But how is it that you were able to be successful in portraying your goals to get the culture to breed, literally bleed from the top down? Because even though you don't want to tell them how to do their job, they need to be in line with what the goals of the organization were. And that's a lot what Cobi does, is to help make sure she gets in there one-on-one, works with the individual managers to help them understand the value of assessment. Because again, you give them an assessment, it's all something new they got to do. And now management's telling them, or leadership's telling them they got to do it. And, so there's natural tendency to push back. So my question, and Cobi can talk about how she does that, but my question to these two guys would be, they're world-class. They got there. How did you get through that challenge of you're helping your managers get done what you want done without telling them what to do?
I'll take that and run with it. That is teaching them and leading them to hire the complement the team, rather than like Ted said, I believe earlier, about hiring the person. We don't want to interview the first person that shows up. I mean, we want to interview. We don't want to hire the first person that shows up. We may circle back to them and hire them. But we want to make a choice. And we want to make a choice because of the one that fits. And when you have tools, now you have something that tells you whether they fit. So you're making a more educated decision, not based on how well that person can interview. And but it's preparing them to not hire the next person, but to complement, hire the one that'll fit and that complements the team, brings something to the team that the team doesn't have or that the team needs. And can you necessarily determine that by the way someone looks or the way they talk to you? No, you need some help. You need some tools to help you do those things.
Cobi, if you would speak to the tool and how you get started with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, right, we're talking about adoption and making sure that it scales across the organization. And Tully, I so appreciate your energy around this. And what you and Ed are describing is what we call becoming a destination employer, the place where people want to work and where customers want to come. And that's what we help do. And when your managers understand that they are actually in charge of people's livelihood, when they know the gravity of that, and when they're bought in to the culture and the vision and the values of the organization, what I do is I come in and I tie this tool and this action, because it's all it is. It's just an action step, or a few of them, right? We tie this action step to getting the right people in because it meets the values. It lets the managers sleep better at night. They're not banging their heads against the wall anymore. They're no longer so frustrated with team members who just aren't making it happen. And they know how to work with their team, and they know how to create a career path because they know where in the organization people fit and can move forward. And when you can pinpoint that for team members right away up front, as they start to work for you, then the world opens up for them and they're not going to leave you, because we know that every job hop, for especially millennials and under, they usually make $15,000 more per job hop. So they'll come work for you, but they've got this side eye going on because they're looking for that next hop once they get some experience with you. So you train them up and they leave for your competition or for somebody who offers them more benefits and better opportunity. But if they can come to you and you say, look, here's a career path for you to move forward, We can help you do that. And so when the managers connect with that, that's when adoption happens. That's when belief happens. And again, that's why we partner with you, so that we make sure that's actually the experience inside the organization, instead of, hey, we hope this works.
Tully, I like that phrase, become a destination employer. I like that.
It is, and I think that, when you look at what makes a manager happy, okay, money, yeah, whatever. What it really is when your employees are successful. What is a life-changing event from a technician? When they go from a porter to an hourly to a flat rate and they buy their first car, new car, right? When the person gets married and has children, is a life-changing event because you gave them the opportunity to have that ability. The proudest moments for all managers should be the achievements of their employees and the success they're having. That's what it's all about. I believe the best thing that makes me feel hell, I sometimes almost start to damn cry, is all these people that I've helped be successful. I mean, that is the best reward I could ever have. Money is not the issue. It's helping people be successful. And that's what it is. And it starts by hiring the right people.
Everybody, if you're watching this panel during the Fixed Ops Roundtable in September, check your email. We're sending you some information right now from the Fixed Ops Roundtable on Go Trego and on the assessment. Otherwise, Cobi and Joe, if our audience wants to reach out for more information, what's the best way to take the next step to learn more about Go Trego?
Well, the web address is right there on the site, and you can reach out to either Cobi or myself. I'm at Joe at Go Trego, and Cobi's at Cobi at Go Trego. Pretty simple, so easy to reach out to us.
Yeah, and we're absolutely here. You guys can test drive the tool. We want to let you check it out, kick the tires. Let's have a conversation. That's all it takes. And maybe you're already using something. I know Ted and Tully, you guys have been using assessments for a long time, different assessments to build culture. And so let's talk about, do you love it? Is it getting you everything you need? Or do you need to add something? And do we need to bring in your HR team? Who needs to head this up? And we'll have the conversation and just partner with you guys, because we know everyone has some unique needs. And so we want to talk through that with you, and what we do gets customized.
Everybody, I want to thank the panel: Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, Cobi Collins, and Joe Kistner from Go Trego. For more information, you can visit gotrego.com. It's in the scroll down below. And Joe and Cobi, very honored to have you here. And Tully and Ed, thank you for all your contributions to the entire industry, not just Fixed Ops. Thank you for all that you do.
Thanks, Ted. To Tully and Ed for joining us on this. We really appreciate their help.
Everybody, the Go Trego panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Do you want to provide your customers with an exceptional car buying journey rather than just a transaction? As Carl Sewell advocates in his book, Customers for Life, the key to ensuring customer loyalty lies in delivering an enjoyable and memorable experience. And that starts with assembling the right team. But how do you guarantee that you're hiring the best talent for the job? According to Sewell, one of the most effective methods is using a pre-employment assessment called the Trego Personnel Survey, which consistently identifies top talent and transforms company culture. While many dealerships recognize the importance of recruiting top talent, the challenge lies in identifying such talent during the hiring process. Enter Go Trego. With over 40 years of research and expertise in the auto industry, Dr. Trego and his team have been instrumental in helping clients like Sewell and many others figure out if the applicant can and will do the job. We adopt a scientific approach to evaluating candidates' behaviors and accurately predicting their job performance. Say goodbye to the frustrations of dealing with subpar hires. With Go Trego, you can transform your staff into the happiest, friendliest, and most reliable team your customers have ever encountered, ensuring customers for life. Let Go Trego guide you in selecting the perfect talent for your organization.
These leaders are serving up something fresh, and it's not just lemonade. Meet the team from Quantum 5 in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our great friends from Quantum 5 are with us. Many of you will know and recognize Dave O'Brien. Cathy Palochko is here with us today, and David Farabaugh, and a lot going on in the world of Quantum 5. And David O'Brien, usually it's you and I having this conversation, but I see you've brought some friends. So tell us a little bit more about them and what's happening.
Well, I think one of the things that I was supposed to do is start to bring smarter people than myself. And in this case, I succeeded really well at bringing them. Cathy Palochko is here, who is the COO of Quantum 5. Cathy and I, we were thinking back when we first reconnected 3-4 years ago, and we were like, okay, how long was it? We were both running, building academies for large dealer groups. And we were collaborating back then and then reconnected through the Quantum engagement, right? And then I brought David Farabaugh as well.
Just don't say how many years. Don't say how many years it was. That's all.
I know. Did you notice I was cautious there?
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
And then I brought David Farabaugh, who equally I met only a few years after those times, Kat. David Farabaugh is here with us today too. And David and I first connected, I think it was 2008 or 9, when he was a key person at Nissan. So excited to have both these people, and I think the audience will be glad to not have just a short bald guy here with you, Ted. We've got some real good folks here, and brought great information for you today.
David, I know Cathy. Okay, Cathy Palochko is extremely well versed and well connected in our industry. I can understand why you brought her on the Quantum 5 team. And Cathy, welcome and congratulations to you on everything that's happening.
Thank you. I appreciate being here. It's nice to be back with you, Ted. It's been several years, but I'm glad to be able to talk about this very important subject today.
All right. Well, let's get into that, if that's okay, everybody. I hear there is some new data that you're all uncovering in the places that the service advisor, who's probably one of the, if not the most important person at the retail dealership, or at least is the key position for success in fixed ops. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So, Ted, thank you for having us on. There's so much information. And so inside our organization, we've got ESIQ, and we've been now for 13 years a partner with NADA on their annual dealership workforce study. So what that means for every participating dealer at NADA that participates in a workforce study, they supply straight W-2 employee information every year for a massive analysis across the entire industry of what people are actually being compensated in key positions and turnover and retention stats. So the annual workforce study, which is in the process of being released now, dealers have received their custom report that is specific to their dealership. And here in just another week or so, we will have the industry trends report, which is basically, it is the source of truth for all things compensation, turnover, and retention across the entire industry. That will be out for all dealers to review. So a lot of information coming out of that. And really, I'm here today to speak on behalf of service advisors and the important role that they play. When it comes to customer retention and dealership success, I look at the service advisor as truly the linchpin for both customer advocacy, loyalty, not only to the brand, but to the dealership as well, and overall dealer profitability. So we're going to be getting into some of that stuff here later on. And I think it's important for everybody to know that when we look at projected growth in service departments through 2026 is massive. By 2026, it's going to be a $400 billion industry annually. It is growing exponentially and I think it's time. It's not necessarily as sexy as selling a new car, but it's time for everybody to really lean into that and put more emphasis on what's happening in the service department, because they're touching your customers more often than the sales consultant. But as we get into it here shortly, we're going to look at some turnover numbers, and we're going to see that the turnover in the service advisor space is really not doing too many favors for the dealership in terms of growing that advocacy.
Now, I know when you mentioned the NADA workforce study, you said the dealers will be receiving their information. As far as an industry, other than the dealers, is that proprietary? I've always wondered that, because I've heard the NADA workforce study quoted in so many places over the years, and that's got to be a badge of honor that you've got that now as part of Quantum 5.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So it is available to any dealer who is a member of NADA. Not every dealer participates. Somewhere between 18 and 20% of all dealers participate in the actual annual study. But even if you don't participate in it, you have access to get a copy of the study from NADA.
Okay. Cathy, with the service advisor being that, in that most important role, a lot of management watching today here on the roundtable, what should we be telling management to make their, let's say, most important task?
This is an interesting time that we're living in. We're seeing a generational shift in dealership employees. I mean, today we have active 4 generations, sometimes 5 generations in the workplace. But that service advisor role is really one that is turning over at a faster rate, where our industry veterans are leaving, and we have a younger demographic, and they are looking for different things in their work experience. And they're looking for a different kind of working environment. So it's really important for, I think, our dealerships to start paying attention to the employee experience. We've given over the last decade, every OEM and most dealership groups are paying a lot of attention to the customer experience. But without a great employee experience, you can't have a great customer experience. Unhappy employees don't make happy customers. The math just doesn't add up. So I think, especially as we talk about the service advisor role, and David mentioned, we've got some turnover statistics. We've also got some statistics relative to the impact that they have on overall customer satisfaction. So this is really an area for all of our managers to start paying really close attention to. When you bring your car in for service 1, 2, 3 times, maybe within a year or 15 months or so, and you are constantly seeing different people, that has an impact on how you feel about the dealership as a consumer.
You're so right. In fact, Cathy, the better dealerships that we see across the country, you're exactly right. They focus on that employee, that buzzword, the culture, but really starting within. And that really sets the tone for everything that happens beyond that. Once you mentioned the service advisor who, at some dealerships may not be there when I come back a second or a third time. How do we ensure that we're fostering a good culture and retaining those advisors?
So I think, one of the things that we need to recognize is that all employees on the onboarding experience is probably the most pivotal point in their dealership life cycle. Being able to come into the dealership and immediately know what I need to do, how I need to do it, and why I should do it. And those are 3 areas that we concentrate on a lot as we help dealerships, is making sure that we communicate from day one, what are the expectations of the job, that we educate as they go through their onboarding period and as they go on through their job. So that education is really important. And what we're finding, especially with the younger generation, is they need to learn much more so over time in the flow of work at the moment of need. They need information given to them when it's right for them to learn it, not all at the very beginning. They can't take that in. And then finally, they have to have the motivation over time. And certainly we want people to be internally motivated, but they also need external motivation in the terms of good feedback. They need to know when they're doing the job well And when they're not doing it so well, they need coaching and they need a positive approach to how they're being coached. So communication, education, motivation, those are the three keys to really a successful career in automotive, regardless of your position, but more so perhaps importantly with our folks in after sales, because they've got just so much to learn and manage on an ongoing basis.
David O'Brien, a lot happening here. And I see that Quantum 5 from everything I hear. You're all about that good culture and retaining those team members.
Well, look, the key for us has been since day one, when you're an early stage company like us, is how do you make the work enjoyable, right? I think the thing that Cathy and David can attest to most clearly, though, right, is that this is a team who is built around a culture that had a mission, right? And that mission was, how do we make automotive better, right? So you hear Cathy talking about, okay, we have to make learning available during the flow of things. You hear David talking about the importance of service advisors. Well, we all kind of knew this anecdotally. The Ed Roberts knew it. The Tullys knew it, right? Shon knew it. There's lots of good people on Fixed Ops Roundtable that talk about it. But what I love about this team is they are all motivated towards a path that says everything we do has to make it better for that advisor, right? And then they drill down into the how do we make it better for that advisor, right? So David will share data, but then he'll take it down into how. Cathy will talk to you about onboarding is important, but then she'll tell you about how, right? And everybody's and they're newer with our company than others. You can ask them. Everybody down to the front line of the organization, everybody's on fire for how do we help an advisor? How do we help a sales rep? How do we help a leader in automotive?
And that how-to speaks volumes, David O'Brien. Okay.
Yeah.
You provide that. David Farabaugh, let me come back to you. It sounds like a lot of this revolves around listening to the employees, okay? And then getting their feedback and being able to implement on that feedback. Well, what do you say?
Yeah. No, it's absolutely true. And I want to share just a couple stats with you and the audience so everybody can understand how much is at stake here. And if I were running a dealership, I would absolutely put the majority of my emphasis on fixed operations. And here's why. In service, the dealer is, let's just say the dealer is retaining about 70% of every dollar sold. So sell a dollar, he's keeping 70% of that, 70 cents. On the sales side, a good dealer, maybe 12, maybe 14% in the current environment, depending on the brand that you're selling, right? So a lot more gross profit being generated out of fixed operations, okay? The average consumer coming into the department, and Cathy referenced this a few minutes ago, average service customer is now coming into the dealership 2.5 times a year. That was as of end of 2023. So a good service consultant, a good service advisor is meeting with that customer 2 to 3 times a year. Whereas the sales consultant sells them the car the first time and will hopefully see them in 3 to 5 years when they come back to buy their next one. But during that same period of time, the advisor has now touched that customer upwards of 10, maybe 12 times during that trade cycle. So the advisor truly has the ability to become that customer advocate and grow trust, not only in the dealership, but in the brand of the vehicle that they're driving, right? Making them a loyal advocate of the dealership and the brand. That's what the service advisor is truly doing. The problem is right now, and this is data that has yet to be released, average turnover in a dealership in 2023 across all positions, 38%. Among service advisors, that number was 43%. So 43% of advisors are turning over year over year over year. And we know, as I just referenced, that 3-year trade cycle, 3 to 5 year trade cycle, and that customer coming in. We also know that at the 3-year mark for any position in the dealership, that's when an employee reaches their maximum productivity. In 3 years, they become the most efficient at their job, the most efficient at generating gross profit for the dealership. And sadly, as of the end of 2023, only 43% of advisors are making it to that critical 3-year point. So the message, if there's one takeaway from all of this, it would be, I need to invest in my employees. I especially need to invest in my advisors who are touching those employees so many times a year. I need to grow as many on that team north of 3 years as possible. And listening to them, incorporating them into forming the culture of not only your fixed operations department, but the overall dealership is critical to getting those customers to buy in. Cathy referenced a few minutes ago about the generational changes happening, and I would love for her to expand on it a little bit more because she has so much great information there. But we are seeing a massive shift in what younger generations want and, quite frankly, demand out of their career. And so I've kind of turned it over, Cathy, if you'd like to expand on that. It's really interesting information.
Well, I think there's something I want to piggyback on with what you just said, David, and that is the importance of 3-year retention. The reason that we value in our data so much 3-year retention is because, as David alluded to, it takes 3 years to become fully competent in the job. That's why 3-year retention is so important. So you have to ask yourself, well, how can I accelerate that competence? How can I increase time to competence? And that means that, I go back to my point, I need to have a better onboarding experience, and I need to have a better training and feedback system in order so I can bring that time to competence down, and I can help employees get to their maximum productivity and, quite frankly, maximum profitability for the dealership sooner. And that is all about training and feedback. And please.
I was just going to share a personal story, right? Because what Cathy's saying, I'm living it right now, right? All of us are in automotive, but still sometimes with our own personal cars, we have to go be civilians. Yeah. So I have a headrest in my car that has rattled for the last year. I will go this Wednesday for an 8:30 a.m. appointment with Brandon. Brandon has been my advisor for, this is the 3rd car. And imagine a really nice car with a headrest that rattles, that makes you a little crazy, and you can't understand why can't they fix it. They'll put their 4th new headrest in with new components, but I'm okay. I don't mind. I get to see Brandon. By the way, Kat, you'll love what they do for his generation because he's part of that younger generation. He said, by the way, my dog's been a little sick, so my dog will be with me at work. So he'll have his dog at work, and we'll all be fine. But I don't feel like he's practicing on me. I don't have somebody new going, when did we fix this last? What did we try? And I think when we create that competent stays there person in automotive, right? We, the customer, even with high expectations, we start to get more patient. We stay more loyal to that brand, and we stay more loyal to that dealer. And that's what we have to create more of, because otherwise, according to David's numbers, almost 60% of the advisors are new enough that they're practicing on a dealer's customer every day. And that's a bad plan for any of us, right?
Cathy, if I can come back and drill down a little bit on that. I saw some stats a while back from Quantum 5 that talked about that employee who leaves, let's say in the 3rd year, okay, and what that's worth financially to the dealer, the loss, okay. And Cathy, it was staggering, okay. It really opened my eyes. But focusing on that 3rd year, you're right. That's when they become competent, if you will.
Yeah. And you're right. And when you take that number and you multiply it out by, how many employees you have, and it's gross profit per employee is how we look at it, right?
Okay.
So you can significantly shift gross profit per employee simply by taking better care of your employees, right? And I think what's also interesting to me is we see operators who spend a great deal of time figuring out how to take better care of the customer. And that's important. That's great. But do it at the same time that you're figuring out how to take better care of the employee too. And now I'm going to go to Dave's point. Why does Brendan stay at his dealership? And he used the example of, I got to bring my dog to work. Now, can we have everybody bring their dogs to work? Probably not. But can we find out what's important to our employees? Because they not only want to learn in the flow of work, they want to work in the flow of life, right? They want to have that opportunity to attend a baseball game or a graduation or have a little extra time off. What's important to this younger two cohorts that are coming in and working more predominantly in automotive now is that work-life balance.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when I talk to dealership folks about these two younger generations, they say, they're just lazy. Guess what? They're not lazy. They've just looked at how we have worked, and I'm calling all of us here, right, a part of those two older generations.
Yes. Yeah.
But they've looked at how we have worked and how we have sacrificed, and they've said, that's not for me, right? You missed life while you were working. I want to work, but I don't want to miss life. So it's that idea of it's not about the money. It's about the quality of life. Now, when the money's not there, then we have an issue, right? And that's the power of the NADA workforce study, by the way. The NADA workforce study allows any dealer to benchmark themselves against the marketplace to make sure that they have the compensation and the benefits packages in place that make them an attractive place to work. But then it goes the next step up. How do you measure your employee engagement? How do you listen to your employees? How do you create the kind of work environment that they want to come to every day, where they want to dedicate 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes to that environment? How can you become the employer of choice in your marketplace? And how can you recruit and attract and retain top talent in your marketplace? And the differentiation there is the employee experience.
I love the language you're speaking. That's that work-life balance. Dave O'Brien, when you and I got in the industry, we didn't hear that phrase a whole lot. Okay. But, kudos to you. Okay. At Quantum 5 for bringing that to the surface.
Yeah.
Ted,
Work-life balance was I only had to work a half a day, right? 12 hours.
David Farabaugh, my dealer, told me the same thing. 9 to 9 was just a half a day.
Bell to bell, 6 days a week, maybe 7, depending on the market. It's interesting. In addition to NADA, we survey and collect feedback from upwards of 40,000 dealership employees every year, collecting their feedback about everything from, what it is about their job, the culture, all of those things. One of the questions we always ask is, are you considering making a career change? Are you currently looking for a better place to work? And we measure that across every survey that we get. And astounding, the answer is yes, I'm looking for a better opportunity. And when they say that, we drill into it and we ask them, okay, why? More and more in this younger generation, it's because of career development, work-life balance, finding out that automotive just isn't for them. Whereas older generations, what I would say here in this audience of us, it's pay. Older people just want the paycheck. Younger people, they want coaching, mentoring, career development from wherever it is that they choose to go to work. They are working in the flow of life, as Cathy said. And the best dealerships are the ones who are really listening to that and incorporating programs into their organizational development to take care of that and provide that to their employees.
So let me come back to both Davids, if I may. We have Quantum. You're known for the training. We've talked a little bit about the structure, the maybe even the compensation. Okay, but we've got to get people to remember, okay, what they've learned and understand that you've been working on some things behind the scenes there at Quantum as well. If you could share some of that with us.
Well, I think I mentioned, and I'm going to have Kat give a little better detail.
Okay.
But I think I mentioned early on, Ted, in our last session together, right, that we were blessed with an opportunity to do an important acquisition last January of a company called Trivy. And we had been working on our own AI innovations for personalized learning. But when we met Trivy, it really accelerated everything we're doing. And Kat is on the leading edge of some of that stuff about how do we help them remember and how do we reskill and upskill people. Kat, you want to tell them a little more about what we've integrated?
Sure. There's a really simple stat, and that is if you go to any kind of training event or you take a web-based training course, within about a week's time, if you have not had the opportunity to apply or reinforce what you learned, you will lose 90% of that knowledge. So we talk about the importance of training, right? But just as important is finding ways to reinforce and apply what I learned. So that says two things. One, that the training that you're investing in has to be ruthlessly relevant, right? It has to have meaning to me making a sale or taking better care of a customer immediately. So first of all, don't waste your training dollars on stuff that will not immediately apply. So that's rule number one. Rule number two is you have got to find ways to reinforce that learning. And that's exactly what our Trivy tool does. Is it through a kind of trivia quiz-like environment, through fun, have a little game, gamification. It practice drills and rehearses the knowledge that you have acquired, and it uses AI to determine what things you know well and what things you need reinforcement on. And then programmatically, it feeds that stuff that you need more reinforcement onto you over a series of time. And so it deepens that remembering curve. And we have statistical data that shows that, you know, we have upwards of 50, 60, 70% increased retention over time just by practice drilling and rehearsing. And by the way, that's one of the old tenets of the car business that I grew up in, right?
That's right.
Practice, drill, and rehearse. So here we are doing it with technology. We're making it fun. There's a competition element to it. It's a great new technology that we're excited to bring more into play in the automotive space, especially as we continue to have just this increasing need to know more, learn more, apply more.
Ruthlessly relevant. You're going to have to trademark that, Cathy.
I think somebody already did, but
okay. While I have the three of you together, a lightning round to close out today, because it's rare that I get the chance to get the three of you together. And I'm going to come to David first, David Farabaugh, then David O'Brien, and then Cathy to bring it home. I'll give you a minute each, okay? As you look out into your crystal ball, okay, over the next, let's say, up to 5 years, how do you see the training environment changing, okay, for retail dealerships in our industry? David Farabaugh first, you've got a minute, David O'Brien, and then Cathy last to bring it home.
Well, first and foremost, we know that the way people learn is rapidly changing. Attention spans are declining across every population. So making training accessible so people can learn on their time in the way that works best for them will be absolutely, positively critical as they go forward. That's really it for me. Just making it accessible that they can get to.
All right, David O'Brien, you could use some of David's time there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I know what Cathy's going to talk about. So I'm going to tell you that as I look out, I think there's going to be an important shift that says we have to invest and demand as much of the leadership development as we do of frontline training. Today, dealers often assume that their leaders are in the position they're in, and therefore they're doing well. And I think leaders today are at increasing need of different skills than the ones we needed before. How do I coach people? What does it mean to not feel like I'm caught in, this Groundhog Day loop of coaching, but nothing got better? How do I coach the new generation? How do I work with them and get the word lazy out of my head and find all the strengths that they're going to bring? When they say nobody communicates with me, okay, what is the changing ways they want to communicate? And leaders, I think over the next 3 to 5 years, are really going to have to invest in themselves for the development necessary to achieve everything they want with their team. That's me.
And Cathy Palochko.
Oh, I got a couple things that I want to offer you, but I want to tee it off with a quote that I think we all know, and that is Zig Ziglar, right? Zig said, if you want to get more of what you want, you have to help those people that you can influence get more of what they want, right? So what does a dealership want? What does a dealer principal want? They want profitability, right? They want to be well regarded in their community. They want to be profitable. Well, in order for the dealer to get what they want, we have to make happy customers. And what do customers want? They want convenience today, right? More than anything, they want an easy, frictionless experience that is, their way, right? Well, in order for the customers to get what they want, we have to have happy, healthy, productive employees. So, you have to deliver a great employee experience and a great learning experience. So we have an advocate in our pocket, right? I imagine you all have this device close by you, just as I did. And that's where we need to put our learning and our performance support. And it's not just all about formal training. 70% of what we learn from each other. As I'm comparing notes with someone, as I'm talking to a colleague. So how do you take learning and performance support and put it in the hands of the individual at the moment they need it? And how do you give them the constant feedback and motivation to do their best job every day so your employees can deliver a great customer experience and your customers can give you the profitability and the position in the marketplace that you want? That's the equation.
I love it. We'll leave it there, everybody. David Farabaugh, Cathy Palochko, David O'Brien. On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for all that Quantum 5 does. Quantum 5 does a whole lot behind the scenes for our industry. They are a certified partner to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're very grateful for all they do for the industry. If you want to visit them, they're on the web, quantum5.ai, and easy to reach. They're all over social media, hard to miss, okay? They got some great announcements and promos going on, and it's eye-catching. So David O'Brien, David Farabaugh, and Cathy, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you for all you do.
Thanks for having
us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ted.
The team from Quantum 5, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
So being a legacy automotive retailer, we've used a number of different companies over the years to help us train our people and educate our people on everything from sales process to customer service to you name it, anything relating to retail automotive. But in today's world, particularly since COVID, we really set out to try to find a partner that had a much more progressive, contemporary approach to automotive sales, automotive service, customer relations in general. And when we did that, our research led us to the folks at Quantum 5.
Anything that you can do consistently the same way gets better. So what Quantum gives us the ability to do, or has taught us how to do, is follow a very specific framework that delivers a very specific result every time. And that has been invaluable both to our veterans that have been in the business longer than me and the people that we're hiring new. Quantum came into the store as a partner. They've executed on that on every call, every interaction. And what our veteran staff finds to be the most beneficial is they get to continue to learn.
we know that Quantum is more than a vendor, they're a partner. They're actually a part of our business, a core part of our business and our daily processes. When I got into the car business many, many years ago, it was about control this, control the customer, control this. Well, now customers have as much information as dealers. So now it's more about controlling the process, understanding the customer. And that's what Quantum brings to the table. It allows you to have control of a process, understand your customer and your customer's needs, and deliver the relevant information that they need to make that informed decision, ultimately in purchasing a car, but starting with gaining that critical appointment. Quantum puts our client advisors on a pathway to prosperity. Our newer advisors see our seasoned advisors and the success they're having, and the fact that they're bought into the system and they've been on this system for years shows the new client advisors that if you buy in similarly, you're going to yield the same results, if not better. I can't speak enough to what Quantum has meant to our business and to the growth and development of our client advisors.
Fill up your tool belt with the best equipment for your dealership with the help of Numa AI. Up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Derek Simonds is with us. It's a big treat. He is the Executive Vice President, Automotive, at a company called Numa, taking the industry by storm. Many of you have heard of Numa, asked about Numa. Here he is. Derek, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted, thank you. I really appreciate you having me on, and I'm glad to be here talking with all your guests.
Well, what you're doing, Derek, right now is extremely relevant and of high interest, high priority to the Fixed Ops dealer audience. So, and by the way, welcome. You got a retail background.
I do.
You and I were talking in the green room. You sold your first car in 1989.
December of 1989, Dodge Omni. That's right. I was selling Dodges, Peugeots, and Winnebagos in Auburn, Alabama. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a good time. Yeah.
Good years, and if you could make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? So,
yes. Yeah, and you know what's crazy is that my entire retail career, I've always been associated with Stellantis or Chrysler or Fiat, whatever the parent company name is at this moment in time. But I've always been around with them, so it's a brand that is near and dear to my heart. So it's just a lot of fun.
all right. Well, today I'm going to ask you to start off, help our audience. Tell us, Derek, what is Numa?
So, it's a great question. When we think about what is Numa, and when we're talking to dealers, I think that the easiest way to think about what we are is that we're an AI-powered customer operations platform. And that there's a lot of buzzwords and whatever in there, but what we really try and do is use our AI through our application to help when you miss those voice calls, those text messages, those web chats. We want to be there to backstop your people. And through our large action models that we've developed, we want to use our predictive intelligence to put in front of your employees the information that they need at that moment to work with the customers that they've missed. And so, Numa is out there answering phone calls when dealership employees can't. It is handling text messages when the dealership employees can't. It's there for web chat if the dealer wants to use it when their employees can't respond. So we have this belief that the humans that are the dealership's customers want to talk to the humans at the dealership. They don't want to talk to AI. Like every one of us that's on this little session right now has hung up or screamed operator or hit zero or been yelling agent representative trying to get out of an AI loop, and we hate it. And so conceptually, what we try and do is use the minimal amount of artificial intelligence with the customer, the maximal amount on the backside to help the employee. And we want to get that employee connected to that customer as quickly as possible. And Specifically, if you look at service advisors, one of the stats that came out of NADA is that a voicemail to a service advisor, the average response time is 23 hours. So when a customer calls and leaves a voicemail, the average response time is 23 hours. Now, we live in a microwave popcorn generation right now, and they do not anticipate waiting 23 hours to get a return phone call. With Numa, our claim to fame and why the OEMs have been paying attention to us and why all the stuff that has happened lately is that the average response time goes from 23 hours on those voicemails to 13 minutes and 30 seconds. And 15 minutes response time for a service advisor is the sweet spot. We can show you case study after case study where if you can respond to a customer in 15 minutes or less, customer satisfaction goes up, so does repair order value. And if you look at this, you don't need AI to do it, but you need a way that you can manage that at the dealership level. Now, again, we've established that I'm old, right? I've been around since 1989. I wrote service in the early 90s. One of the things that I did when I was writing service is I used a route sheet. Ted, you might remember route sheets. And our service manager would come by at 10 o'clock, at 2 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock, and we had a pink, a yellow, and a green Sharpie. And at 10 o'clock, our notes had to be in green. At 2 o'clock, our notes had to be in yellow. And at 4 o'clock, our notes had to be in pink. And if you did not have your status update calls logged on your route sheet, highlighted, so that he could instantly look at the notes for each of those calls, you're in deep trouble. Like he'd rip your head off. And so I grew up around this idea that every open repair order got an update at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 4 o'clock, right? That's what I grew up around. And I grew up around this idea that managers had visibility to those calls. And today with electronic dispatch and electronic ROs, sure, you can go in and look and you can find the notes, but you can't walk up to an advisor and in one place see what they have going on and where they're at as far as their statuses. Not only that, it becomes very difficult for the service advisor, and they become reactive because what ends up happening, instead of looking at that sheet going, oh crap, I haven't updated, Mrs. Smith, they're instead responding to the calls. They're responding to the technician standing in front of them going, hey, did you get the approval for this work? And so we're missing out on that overarching view sometimes of what's happening. And so what we've tried to do with our AI is twofold. One is to bring that back for the advisors so that at their fingertips, they have everything that's happening for all their open ROs, customers that need status updates, communication that they might have missed, or somebody that requires a phone call, like in one spot where they can actually see it. And you can act on that when you have visibility, right? And I know you can do the same thing with electronic ROs and stuff, but it's just not as easy. Like it's just not one place. And then they literally can click on it and give the customer a status update in one step inside of Numa instead of multiple steps where they're having to do it other different ways. And so we're trying to bring that back, and we're trying to, I said that customer success, right? Customer operations is a team sport. And so Numa is inherently collaborative internally. And so what we see, one of the huge benefits is that if a dealership is using it in parts and they're using it in BDC and the reception's using it and the service advisor's using it, there becomes this communication that takes place internally, like a Slack or a Teams or a WhatsApp messaging group around the central idea of the customer and the conversation. And, Numa it's not unique, but it's pretty special in this regards that nothing can get deleted. So every voicemail, every text message, every web chat is permanent. I had an example the other day. A dealership, a Porsche dealership called, and they're like, hey, I was talking to a guy about this 911. He needed a drive shaft. I've got one. I need to call him, but I can't find the conversation. And because of the way that we save the data, it's just a regular Google search. And they put 911 drive shaft and it pulled up the conversation immediately. And the guy's like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I needed. And so this is where that technology really steps up and does the things we needed to do, which technology and AI specifically handles massive sets of data very, very well. And so when we kind of put it all together and sprinkle a little of that AI pixie dust on top of it, we get a really cool platform that has a lot of neat features for the dealers.
So Derek, these tools that you're describing right now are what the fixed ops directors and managers came back, you motivated them, you captured their imagination, okay? Because these are tools that have not existed until today, until Numa. And the
Yeah.
fact that 23-hour voicemail recording, waiting for someone to pick it up, managers have said, Numa has a technology where we can know very, very fast what the customer has requested. We can tap into that. We can tap into the service advisors. And Derek, that may be, if you will, the secret sauce that our industry's been looking for a long time.
Yeah, and if you take a step back, right? And I'm a service manager, and I ask service managers and service directors this all the time. I go, "Hey, when's the last time you locked up your shop?" "Last night." "Great. Did you walk through your drive when you went to lock up your doors?" "Yeah, I did." "How many of your advisors' phones had blinking lights on it for voicemails that had not been responded to?" And they're like, "Every one of them." And I'm like, "Yeah, man." And doesn't it drive you crazy to know that your people went home and your customers never got an update? They called in. And listen, a customer's not calling a service advisor because they want to have a friendly chat. They're calling because we haven't updated them. And it's I'm not blaming advisors. I'm not saying advisors are bad people. I'm saying they are covered up. Advisors clock 20,000 steps a day. They've got a tech, a parts counter person. They've got a customer. Somebody's always there that needs them. And what we're doing is just aggregating that data, making it easier for them to use. And we're giving them a mobile app so I'm at the parts counter and I need to respond to a customer. It's identical to being at my desk. And I literally can be handling customer interaction anywhere in the dealership at any point in time, and it's seamless to the customer. One of the stats that blows me away is we track average daily users, right? And so average dealership, we have 8 average daily users. It's 8.3. What's really interesting is that when you drive down to service advisors, they log into Numa 16 times in a day, and they're in Numa for almost an hour and 50 minutes. And if you look at that, that's tied directly to the communication that they're doing with their customers. And so Numa has become that centralized hub of communication, inbound, outbound, texting, web chat. It's right there for the advisor. And because we make it so easy, and the advisor literally can just grab their phone while they're at the parts counter waiting on a quote and text with a customer in any language that customer speaks, and they see it in English and the customer sees it in their native language, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. We do over 120 different languages. Like we have, yeah, so we've got the largest Toyota store in the world that's on this. And what's interesting is we look at the language. Good. I hope he says something about us. So we see 3 or 4 languages being spoken, Punjabi, Vietnamese, Mandarin, Spanish, English. Those are the big languages that we see. But when every employee at your dealership can now communicate seamlessly with a non-native English speaking customer in their own language, the customers love it. It just becomes so easy for them to move through. So I threw a lot at you there, but the whole point is we want to get that centric approach to communications, and we want to backstop when your employees aren't available. And look, here's the reality. We shine a light into a dark closet that might have some skeletons in it, because all of a sudden you're going to see, my people aren't that good at responding. And it's not, again, I'm not blaming them. I'm not saying it's their fault. What we're trying to do is give them tools to be able to do it faster and more efficiently, and they can. And that's where the real growth comes from. And because of this, we drive accountability. And at 15 minutes, if that customer has not been responded to by whoever the request went to, it gets escalated to the next level of management.
Derek, the number one pain point for the last 3 years at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, number one, and there's a distant 2 and 3. Number one is the phones, okay?
Yeah.
And nothing has even come close to the phones in this day and age. Here we are coming into the fourth quarter of 2024. What do dealers think? What do they think about in regards to AI and security? You alluded to some of that a little bit.
Yeah. So this is interesting. We have a very holistic approach to security because we have been involved with AI since before it became a cultural phenomenon, right? We were one of the very first people to have a business use license for ChatGPT from OpenAI, right? This is back when it was 2.0, before, you know, it was even something that people were looking at. And one of the challenges with AI is that if you put customer data into a prompt or a query, it's now in possession of that AI. And these AIs don't have data controls. And so what that means is that depending on how the AI provider has securitized the communication with their AI partner, they could be passing your customer's information into the AI, which is a breach of confidentiality. There's all kinds of issues with that. And it opens the dealership up for some challenges. And so we actually programmatically have less flexibility, but we have 1,000 times more security. Because did you see the article a while back about the AI company, or the guy was messaging with a chatbot and convinced it to sell him the car for $1? Okay. Okay. So that type of an attack on the AI is all too common, because I'll give you an example with service appointments. Okay. If I'm talking to an appointment agent and I say, the agent says, hey, we can schedule an appointment for 4 p.m. today. I say, great. I live in San Leandro. How long is that going to take me to get there? And the AI is like, well, you know, with traffic, it should take about an hour. And then if I say, if I get hungry on the way there, where should I stop for lunch? Right? And the AI is still responding. What ends up happening is that now we're outside the scope of that conversation for an appointment AI agent, and it really should tag a human into it. But unfortunately, some of these other, you know, products that are using some of these AI tools don't do that. And so now it'll be like, well, there's a McDonald's halfway there, right? And so at that point in time, I have broken free of the parameters of the prompt that was engineered into this, and now I can get the AI to do all kinds of crazy things, and that's bad. And so we have this concept that we call human in the loop. And so our AI has been trained. Ted, I think that we're approaching 30 million phone calls that we've answered for dealers over the last 3 years. Okay. And when you look at that data, remember, AIs learn off massive sets of data, right? That data teaches auto to our parent AI. And so when our AI is looking at an engagement and it has these hallways, and we say, if you do not have 90% certainty that this is relative to an appointment scheduling action, or that you have 90% certainty that you understand that the question is tied into one that you know how to answer, we flag this and push it to the human in the loop, because we would rather back out of that engagement than to put the dealership in a position that the AI made a mistake in the way that it handled the customer. And I'll tell you one other thing, and I'm not trying to scare people about AI, but the reality is that most of these large language models that you see out there, a lot of ChatGPT, right? That there's many of them out there, but they are prone to what's called hallucinations. And so when I mean, it's real. Like, there's some crazy things that we've seen. We ran a test one time with 500,000 voicemails through one of these LLMs just to do transcription, just to take voice to text, right? Using this technology. 5,000 of the voicemails had hallucinations. So what, 0.001 or whatever it is, 0.001. But that's still too many, because anytime you have a communication with a customer and there's a potential for hallucination, it's scary. And so we actually saw in one of our early testings that we were doing with one of the large LLMs that we were getting other businesses' customers' data in our results. Yeah. And so that's why I'm telling you that securitization of the AI has to come at the very beginning. If it's not engineered in from the start, like, you're going to be in trouble. And I'm not trying to be a negative Nelly, but this is stuff that needs to be asked of your provider, because you don't want to be the one that is responsible for that if it comes back that a customer's data leaked through a hallucination to another customer. So, yeah. Yeah. I said in the beginning, we've all tried to get out of an AI loop, right? We've all been pickled by an AI, and we're like, man, that's not what I want. I need to get out of this. So to us, the respectful use of AI is that we acknowledge that there's limitations as far as the customer wants to go with AI. And what we try and do is find them and not exceed that. So we want to be respectful of the end customer, not just saying blindly, this is our process, we are going to shove you through it like we're making sausage. What we try and do with our AI is be respectful of the customer and engage the customer how they want to be engaged. And that's really one of the hallmarks for where we're so different, right? Last year, we'd answered over 8 million phone calls, okay? Only 1 million of those phone calls were actually people that wanted to schedule an appointment. That's, 12%, right? That means 7 million phone calls were tag and title, parts counter, body shop, service department, status updates, question about when a part's coming in, right? All these different things. And so our AI can engage the customers and help, get them through as quick as possible. But what we try and do is the minimal amount that's acceptable to the customer to accomplish the task. We're just, as humans, we're not ready for full conversational engagement. And, we see substantial hang-up rates if the customer feels that they are pigeonholed. And so we do this whole thing internally that's called scenario calls. And so our AI knows, based upon the data it has, either from the DMS or the scheduler, hey, I need to handle this call differently because of the situation. And that's what gets responsiveness from customers. All right, I've said a lot. I know we had about 20 minutes, so I think we're getting close to that time, but you tell me what we need.
Our audience, everybody, I want you to know that the dealers and the anchors at the Fixed Ops Roundtable came to me this year and said, you've got to have Numa on the event. You've got to talk to the right people at Numa. Derek Simonds is the Executive Vice President of Automotive at Numa. They are now currently in a lot of dealerships, and they've worked out a lot of the wrinkles. You can hear that they've thought out a lot of this in advance. So everybody, Derek's information is scrolling at the bottom. You can reach out to Numa. Of course, you can go to the website online. His email is also on there, derek@numa.com. I expect to hear big things from the dealer community about what's happening with Numa. So Derek, that's okay. I'm gonna invite you back, okay, in a couple months, and let's take this up and let's talk a little bit about what's happened, because it's coming fast, and you're having great success, and it's not every day that the organic word of mouth from the right dealers at the roundtable start bringing up a company. So you're one of the very few that we've heard that from. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. And I'll tell you one thing that's really interesting. The product that we're selling today, it's the same product 6 months ago, but the AI capabilities are 10 times greater. And guess what's going to be happening in October and December and January? It's going to be the same thing. AI is improving at such a rapid rate, and we're able to do that with them, and it's just awesome. I'm going to throw one last thing. I got to brag on my company for a second. I don't know if you saw it, Ted, but the Inc. 5000 list came out, and we were 168th fastest growing company in America through audited financials on Inc. 5000, and we are the 4th fastest growing AI company in America. And that's because of our relationships with our dealer partners, and we truly appreciate them. And I look forward to working with anybody that's on the roundtable.
Congratulations, Derek.
Thank you.
A lot ahead for you. So you're in a great space with a great product. Everybody, Derek, Executive Vice President Automotive at Numa, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Get your dealership mobile service ready at the next Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up event happening live at Beaux-Arts Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Please join us on Thursday, October 17th. Follow us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll see you soon.
Set your picnic blanket down at our next segment with the PartsEdge panel, moderated by Kaylee Felio.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Kaylee Felio is with us, the go-to parts girl from PartsEdge, with another stellar panel, an amazing lineup. Kaylee, you've put together another winner, and I've taken a look at some of the topics you'll be discussing. And, Kaylee, what a great time to be in the world of parts right now.
Absolutely. I'm really happy to be here and have another panel with you all and just get into how profitable parts departments can be.
All right. So I'm going to step out of the way, Kaylee, and I'm going to leave it in your hands, and I'll be back to see you when we get towards the end. So, Kaylee, the show is yours.
All right. So I want to talk about, and the reason why I put this topic together was just putting the emphasis on parts departments and, again, how profitable they are. And I think that data is involved in making better decisions and looking at your departments as a whole. And so I really want to start with just looking at your guys' parts departments and data and what you guys do to look at your departments and holistically together and the health of your inventories and your parts department. So first, let's introduce everyone. I just dove right in. I think a lot of people know who you guys are, but let's go around and just kind of give you who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right in. We'll start with Don.
Hi, Don Andres, owner and president of Auto SCT Consulting and Training, which is all fixed operations related. After many years of being in the auto dealership world, general manager, fixed ops, service manager. So that is my world for the last 45 years.
Wow, awesome. And Mike Weldon.
Hello, Mike Weldon here. I am the retired fixed ops director for the Hansel Auto Group. I am doing consulting now, so I'm staying vibrant, and I'm happy to be here today.
Do we ever retire really in life? Like, I don't feel like we will ever.
Not in this industry.
No, definitely not.
No. And like Don, I've been in it since I was a wee lass, so I truly enjoy it. It's a passion.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And Shon?
Shon Kingrey, Vice President of Fixed Operations for the Kaiser Automotive Group in sunny Madison, Wisconsin.
Is it sunny there?
It's always sunny in Madison, no matter what Ted tells you, okay? It's always sunny in Madison.
I love it. And Sarah?
Hi, everyone. You may know me from the Fixed Ops Roundtable, but I'm Sarah Van Tyne, Vice President of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and been in retail a very long time, over 15 years. So looking forward to sharing some insights today.
So I want to start with, I came to the realization when I was on a podcast that there's not a true standard of inventory health metrics. And I think I want to start with that and just how that all ties into profit and how we're looking at our inventory data and health. So I would like to start with just asking you guys, what areas do you look at in your inventory to make sure that you guys maintain profitability? Let's start with that. Don't all jump at once.
I'll start on that one. That's an okay one. Listen, I think the key, Kaylee, is you got to have a benchmark, or whatever that benchmark is, whether you're an NCM person or an NADA person or whatever that benchmark is. And now that Mike's somewhat retired and Don's in the consulting business, you got to decide what that benchmark is and hold everybody accountable to it. It's got to be a known benchmark. It's got to be a benchmark, whether you're one store or 50 stores, that everybody's held accountable to the same term. I think obsolescence will never go away. It's frozen capital. It's dead capital. Especially now with inventories on the variable side the way they are with floor plan interest. Guys, everybody's looking at cash flow, and dead inventory is a lack of cash flow. And whether your obsolescence is 9 months, 12 months, I think that changes with RIM and 15 months. With all the OEM programs, you'll have I'm going to get off my soapbox in a second, I promise. But I think everybody goes to a 20 group and says we have a less obsolescence problem because it's over 12 months. Well, you got to take that with a grain of salt because you can't return a part for 15 months, okay? And then hopefully, Kaylee, we'll get to that later in the plan of what that looks like and how important it is to make sure you don't miss that 15-month mark. But I think as far as a matrix is accountability, it's got to be obsolescence.
Yeah, and I think I have so many questions, but I want to hear from Michael first, and then we'll go around with more questions.
So I want to tee off of what was just said, and I think the first thing that you have to have the right people in place that understand what the objective is. We all take data, or we're very data driven, but so many people don't understand it, and I've talked to a number of people about parts, and they really truly don't understand how their department runs. And when you talk about obsolescence, I mean, the biggest amount of money that a dealer has tied up, besides variable, which is on floor plans, is parts. And no one looked at that or looks at that. And when you talk about obsolescence, some guys control their obsolescence by just writing off what they can't sell, and it just disappears. And that's not a good way of running business. You got to turn that inventory. So I think it starts with people, and then it starts with process, and then then you have to have the fundamentals in place.
No, that's a great point, because what Shon was saying, first you have to have those benchmarks, or after you have the right people, of course, having those benchmarks so you can hold your team to a standard. But you mentioned something about how dealerships, some of them, they're controlling inventory is by writing it off. And I think there's a certain percentage that is realistic, I guess. But what are some strategies that you guys do, or what are your standards of controlling obsolescence? Because like Shon said, it doesn't really go away. And I think there's a difference between a ASR controlled part that you can return, even though it does turn into obsolescence, and then a non-controlled part that you can't really return and you're stuck with it. So I guess what is my question? What are some strategies you guys use for controlling obsolescence?
It's funny. I'll chime in just with the fact that parts departments just stay busy every day. And so invariably, most of the parts departments that I've worked with, the manager is right there on the counter in many cases, especially if they're shorthanded on a particular day. So trying to corral them and talk about some reports that they need to be looking at, not just once a month. When you start looking at obsolescence and you start looking at some of those reports, you recognize it's there, but what is your actual strategy? And how did it get out of control like it did? And it can be innocent. If you're working with a handful of body shops and you end up with a bunch of returns on onesies, twosies that you hadn't sold in 12 months and may not sell again, but boy, it's in your inventory. So this idea of looking at your age, this idea of I think exactly what Shon was saying, this idea of having a benchmark that you've got to work towards. And when it gets a variant like that, what's your strategy to get it back in place? Many parts departments don't have time for perpetuals where they're running a bins and looking at whether or not the count is correct. and things of that nature as well. These all play into this idea of managing that inventory. And how do you do that when sometimes it can be something like personnel that creates that environment?
Kaylee, I'd love to chime in on that for a second. So one of the common challenges that I've seen in parts departments, and a lot of it boils down to the communication between what's going on in parts and what the service advisors and BDC need to be aware of in terms of the parts goals and what the parts manager is looking to move, or if there's areas of opportunity that they're trying to, reduce the number of parts that are on their sheets. So, in a BDC, for example, special order parts, sure, an advisor can contact them. A lot of dealerships have it as the process where the advisor reaches out after service to notify the customer or talk to them about a part that was ordered. But we all know service advisors get caught up with that next ticket. They get caught up with that next person that they have to go help, and the person in front of them is so important. And so, they can say, yeah, I tried to reach out to him and I left a message. But then what happens beyond that? And so from a communication strategy, one of the biggest pieces that I'm seeing in parts departments today is they have to be able to monitor and measure how many times are we trying to reach the customers that we've secured these parts for, and what's our success rate in contacting them, what's our success rate in getting a hold of them. And we can use a lot of different components to do that. You don't have to have a BDC. You can use other resources to monitor that communication and see what your effectiveness is. But as a parts manager, that's an important statistic to know, because if there's things like tires or batteries or special, goals that you're looking to hit for that month, or you have quotas that you have to sell, for the OEM, these pieces are important to inform all of the players that are going to be reaching out and having these communications. So whether it's your marketing team, your BDC, your service advisors, everyone has to be aware about the parts that need to be moving, so that when a customer opportunity presents itself, they're ready with that information to either go after the customers that they've tried to reach, or continue to have that conversation, with other people on how to best move those along.
No, that's a great point with the communication. And it makes me think about having that trust, like your service, your technicians, they all have to have trust within your parts department that they're going to have the right parts. Because if they're like, oh, they never have the right part, they're never going to, that lack of trust and communication's just going to go down. I feel like Shon wants to say something. I can just tell.
Yeah, you can tell. So it's fun to go up with Don. And so Sarah and I sat on a panel on a pop-up event in Orlando, and we're talking about SOP parts, because SOP parts, and again, everybody needs to own the term. It's got to be a culture of accountability. Okay, you've got to have accountability for the parts. For my departments, if an advisor SOP, if an advisor orders a part that we don't have in stock, or that RIM or ASR says we don't have, I make the advisor pay for that part if it doesn't get installed. Watch your SOP start clearing up very quickly, by the way, because now there's a culture of accountability, okay? And again, when Sarah and I sat on that panel, I made the comment, when's the last time a general manager walked back in the parts department? Yes, you got to say hello to everybody. Like Tully says, it's the vault nobody goes to, okay? Ask to see their SOP shelves. Walk by them. You want to know if there's a problem, all you got to do is look. I don't need, to Sarah's point, I don't need to run a report. I need to touch them. I need to see it. I need to know that, and it's ethically wrong in my head to throw a part away. But I don't understand it. I've never understood it. Sarah's talking about she's been in the career for a long time. I'm going on 30 years now, guys. I mean, for me to know that they're scrapping parts every year just doesn't make sense to me. It's got to be a value to somebody somewhere. And apparently, if you ordered it, you needed it. All right. And there are so many OEM programs out there, that will get you in trouble. I get it, but that'll keep you out of trouble if you manage it correctly. Real quick, Don made a comment about body shops and wholesale, okay? And that's a whole nother panel for itself. If you've got a body shop that orders a ton of parts with a ton of returns, do your ROI and see if you're really making money on that wholesale account. 9 times out of 10, it is, Don. And you go, if you guys go to NADA Academy, when you leave, you're not going to be in the wholesale business, because they're going to show you how it doesn't make sense. And Kaylee, I know it's anti what parts and selling parts and what the OEMs want, but you got to make sure at the end of the day, you're running your own business. And if it was your own business, it was your own parts, and you didn't have a dealer principal or a big logo outside of somebody else's OEM manufacturer, does it make sense for your business to have a return that's so high on a part that you're not making any margin on to begin with?
Yeah, great point. And I think, like you said, you have to look at wholesale. Is it the business you want to be in? Is it right for your business? Because it's not right for every dealership. You really have to look at that. And looking at those customers, are they costing you more? It's okay to fire those wholesale accounts, I think, to really.
Sure.
Yeah. I had some thoughts and questions, but I wrote them down. But I think Don wants to say something.
No, I think you're right. Sometimes it can be your own body shop, right? I mean, there aren't that many dealerships anymore with body shops, but some of these groups have large ones. And so all that plays into it. But I think at the end of the day, there's obviously within the DMS, there's inventory reports that you can always run. But I find more than anything else is parts managers just need help. They just need help. So having, I think your company is such a great example of this ability in a couple of clicks to be able to see what I need to see. I can come in the morning before the day starts and I can see exactly where I'm at. And I know what I want to get accomplished that day, whatever that small task might be, but I need to address it. And so having a reporting system, I think you brought that up at the very beginning of the podcast where you talked about this idea of what are reports you're using. You've got to be able to access those reports quickly. You got to be able to navigate those reports quickly and let, sometimes some of these experts say, hey, look, this is probably the thing you need to look at right now, and then allow you to be able to chip away at that. But it's a big monster. It gets away from you quickly. Shon, you've been involved, I'm sure, with buy sells. You walk in there and you go, wait, we're inheriting 30,000 or 40,000 of parts over 24 months, really? And so these things get away from dealers pretty fast. And then you're right. Then you got some difficult choices to make.
The level of detail, I think that a parts manager is responsible to look at to make decisions. I think there's a lot of things in the background. And then I think you had mentioned too, I think it was you, that the parts managers often are working with the team on the counter, running, and they kind of need to be involved in that day to day to have a pulse. So to also be looking at the reports and digging through all the data to make decisions can make it take time. Time is like the whole thing. Mike, I think you want to say something. It looked like you did.
Of course, I've always got something I want to add. Both these gentlemen have some very valid points. I take the special order bins and I put it out where everybody can see it. And then I run daily reports, and then I send that information, and I include the back countermen as well in my reporting and my messaging. And the ASMs have to respond back. And to Shon's point, we don't sell that part. They let that customer go. They're going to be just as accountable as we are. Buy sell. I haven't been in a buy sell in a long time, but you're right. $50,000 is the low end. Those parts managers are pretty creative, and you walk in and say, "What's this?" "Oh, that's part of the building, and it's worth over $100,000 or better." I said, "Well, how did that get there?" And then, Shon, you made a very valid. I think you've made a point on wholesale body shops. We own a body shop, and I hold my body shop manager very accountable for the parts inventory that our parts manager our parts managers have to stock for him, and that's such a cyclical business. So we put some processes in place about ordering, when we order, how long we keep it, because a lot of times you can, send back sheet metal without penalty. And Don made a very valid point. A program such as PartsEdge allows a manager to be in the business, working with his staff, then on the business, controlling the variables that they truly, in most cases, do not understand. And I think that, in effect, we need to get them more out in front of their staff so that we make better decisions in the purchasing and the selling of these parts, because it's a very big profit center if it's ran right.
That's a great point. I think Shon touched on ASRs, auto stock replenishment programs. I wanted to define it because sometimes people ask me, what does that mean? And I think one thing I want to point out with that is, and ask too, because like, I think you had said, if it's managed right, it can be like, ASRs are really great because they provide a way to guarantee parts, but it's all the easy stuff that's selling fast and moving really fast. And I guess my question is, how do dealerships have obsolescence if they're on an ASR? Is one of the questions I get asked a lot. But I want to hear from you guys on what your thoughts.
I think that's a twofold answer. I think, first of all, SOPs are the kiss of death. Let's start there. We all know that. If you're ordering an SOP, that means that your RIM program, whatever it is, didn't say you should have had it in stock. Okay? It's just as simple as that. The second program is, to your point, again, it's the culture of accountability. The OEM is going to send you a list at 13, 15 months, whatever your RIM program set up at, to tell you what parts are supposed to go back. They're not going to knock on your door every month and tell you that, by the way. If you miss that window, you now own that part. You can't forget that. And with the OEMs, with the purchase discounts that used to be there that aren't there since COVID kicked in, if you keep that part, you now own that part. You don't have any way to return that part. Okay? So to answer your question, how does it happen? SOP and not paying attention. Parts managers turnover. If the new parts manager doesn't know how RIM works, to Michael's point, sometimes they don't know. If they don't know how RIM works, the OEM's going to send an email, maybe to the old parts manager's email, by the way. Hopefully you're still getting them, and they don't know how to do the return. I mean, and that's a tough one. Last thing I want to go back before I go off. You guys talked about buy sells, and again, being in Florida, going from 4 stores to 26 stores. Buy sells, during a buy sell, you're dealing with millions of dollars. Okay, let's say it's a $40 or $50 million purchase, and it's such a big number that sometimes I think it gets lost in the shuffle. What a $30, $40, $50,000 obsolescence can mean to a parts manager. In a $50 million purchase, the dealer principal's going, look, I'm paying $50 million. What's 50 grand? I'm not going to do that. Don't ever take unusable parts during a buy sell. You don't have to take them. You don't take them. If you can't return them, it's an obsolescence part. It doesn't need to be part of the buy sell. If they want to leave it on the shelf, good for you. You do that with put in a penny source and you do that. Otherwise, you can go in the dumpster. That's fine. Do never take an obsolescence part during a buy sell because you're not going to give it back.
Oh, that's such a wise statement. It really is. And invariably, they're going to not want the parts either, and they're going to say, "Fine, you can still have them." And so now you truly have them, and then you immediately have to have a strategy to move those. And there's avenues to get that done. But I think a lot of this really comes down to this ability to see in real time what's going on in your department. The special order parts really blew up when we had the transportation issues with all the manufacturers. And so, it got away with everybody for a little while. I think long since now, everybody should be back into controlling SOPs. The car should stay if at all possible. And then if it does leave, there's so many strategies to bring that customer back. There's pickup and delivery. There is so many opportunities for an advisor to be able to get that accomplished. I agree with Shon. That's their job. That's their responsibility. But I think at the end of the day, what I think a parts manager has to always be conscious of is these reports have to be looked at, not weekly. There's so many conversations. Well, I look at that once a month, or I look at that on a weekly basis. That's when things pile up. And I think there's a couple things that have to be looked at on a daily basis, and then make those decisions on a daily basis.
No, that's a great point. I think to wrap up, or Sarah, did you want to add something?
Just a comment on the special order part piece, because I think one of the biggest pitfalls that I see in parts departments and service departments when it comes to SOPs is the customer. There's that timeline that part needs to be installed before, or if there's a return date, you have to be mindful of. And sometimes service advisors are so mindful of their survey the CSI component, that they're scared to put a finite deadline on when that part has to be installed or when that customer needs to return. And so just food for thought on that whole topic. That's a sensitive area because CSI is important to the OEM. It's important. There's a lot of money tied up in it. And so in some ways you can hinder your SOP by trying to maintain good CSI, but what's the risk there? So, in terms of fixing that problem, there's ways that you can put a finite deadline and just put it in the customer's terms. Hey, this is the reality. I have to get this installed by the such and such date. Let's go ahead and book this appointment for this, within this window of time. Hey, if you can't do it, that's okay. We can always reorder it at a later date. We can always, look at it when the time is right. If your kid's at college and can't bring the car back or whatever, you're on vacation, etc. But that two-way communication, if you can set those deadlines up front, have those repeated reminders, then, at the end of the day, you have a better system to get it through. And again, it's just going back to monitoring that communication and seeing how many times did you reach out to that customer to give them that message. And, if you've left 5-6 messages, send it in writing, I think you're safe to move along that part and put it back where it needs to go. And then you can always readdress it at a later date.
That made me think of something too, because a lot of times, I think there should be a standard where customers should prepay for parts, unless it's warranty. That should probably be the standard practice. But I think I came across a question of, what if a customer, and this can kind of go off subject, but what if a customer pays for the part and they never come back? What do you do with that? And you literally can't get a hold of them. They paid for it, but what do you do in those situations? Or is that like a super rare? Does that even happen a lot? I don't know. Shon?
Well, I think it happens. It happens. You have to have a deadline at that point. There has to be, again, it's all just set as a standard, whatever your process is. Generally speaking, I know Don made a comment that some people can't do perpetual inventories. Slap yourself on the hand, Don, for saying that out loud. When you do an inventory, if it's a dead part, it's been there 12 months, it's just got to go. And I know I'm talking too much, but don't underutilize. Sarah made a comment, if you have a BDC. You should have a BDC. You will have a BDC. BDCs are your best friends when it comes to SOP parts, okay? Give them a list. Spiff them to get rid of your SOP parts. Whatever you're spiffing them, again, it's a part you don't need. It's a part you can't return. It's dead inventory. It's dead value, okay? And also, don't forget mobile service, guys. For those that use mobile service, just schedule as a mobile service. You're not inconveniencing the client. You talk about CSI. Listen, I'm sorry we didn't have your widget in stock, but on Tuesday of next week, we're just going to come right to your work and do it in the driveway, okay? What inconvenience is there? It's perfect.
Yeah, if Ed was on this panel right now, he would say, that's a non-event for me. I love it. No, that's strong. It really
should be a standard practice. Every deal, that should be something that's offered. It's just the way that we are as consumers nowadays. So
no one's really come out and said it, but it takes the parts manager, the service manager, the director, whatever your setup you have within your dealer organization to work together. We don't have parts and service anymore. We have fixed. So you push that and get everybody bought in, because everybody benefits when the transaction goes through.
That's a great point. And I think just to wrap up too, I wanted to ask on just your guys's perspectives on anything looking ahead, how parts management has it shifted, but just what are some challenges you guys see or trends that you see in the future that we're going to be faced with in parts management?
Well, I think certainly EVs, right? There'll be there's definitely going to be the transition that parts departments are going to have to start to be involved with. I think the manufacturer has really pushed the online. All the manufacturers now are really driving the online side of the business. Is great, but there's a lot of apprehension when it comes to matching up what they may have as price matrixing, and now suddenly they're selling MSRP, and then they have some wholesale accounts that are suddenly seeing this. And there is a lot of questions to get answered. So I think that that navigating through that in the coming year or two, for those that have not jumped on board, we jumped on board at our store and had success right away with the online. But I think that's something that parts managers are going to have to understand and get good at.
Yeah. And there's one other obsolescence that we don't talk about too often, but that's people obsolescence. And if we don't train people up and coming to be able to function properly within an organization so that they continue the growth of that business, that's where we're going to run into problems. So we need to educate more people to understand the entire functionality of that department.
I'll say lastly, sense of urgency, guys. With purchase discounts going away, with no return reserve, it needs to be a sense of urgency. The parts availability is still a real concern. It's still out there. It does exist. And your parts manager has to have the same sense of urgency that the advisor and the technician has.
Well, sense of urgency.
Yeah.
Pretty strong panel, Kaylee. This is one of the better parts panels that I've had a chance to listen in on. And I took a lot of notes and learned a lot here today. And Kaylee, thank you for all this.
Yeah, thank you guys all for coming. This was a great conversation.
And Sarah, I don't know if there's something you wanted to add after Shon, but I want to make sure I acknowledge that.
Oh, we covered so much in this panel today. So I think there's a lot of information that dealers can be processing and thinking about in the future.
Kaylee, if our audience wants to get involved with PartsEdge, learn what you do with parts managers, advisors, inventory, how you help them and coach them, and all the resources you've got, what's the best way for people to reach out to you, Kaylee?
Well, multiple ways. Our website, partsedge.com. We have a lot of resources on there. You can also find me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on there if you want to reach out there. But yeah, I'm always available to talk and just brainstorm how we can help you.
And Kaylee, congratulations to you on all the great work and all the success that PartsEdge is happening throughout the industry. We see it and hear it everywhere. So great job to you and your team. So keep it up.
Thank you.
I want to thank the panel today, Sarah Van Tyne from the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Mike Weldon, not yet retired, maybe, perhaps never, okay, from Hansel Automotive Group, Shon Kingrey from the Kaiser Automotive Group, Don Andres. If you have a chance, everybody, pick up his new book. It's available. It's on Amazon. It's a great read, Why Auto Service Departments Fail to Grow. Great plug for the book, but very worthwhile your time. So, and of course, the go-to parts girl herself, Kaylee Felio from PartsEdge. The PartsEdge panel, everybody, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
Did you know the online parts market is expected to hit $35 billion by 2030? The demand for online parts is high, and only 25% of dealers are currently selling parts online through a dedicated parts web store. This means there's a big revenue potential for your dealership to get into online parts sales. While this might seem daunting to get started, we've prepared some tips on how you can best incorporate online parts sales into your current business strategy. Unlike traditional sales tactics, selling parts online helps your dealership sell outside its local market and reach customers nationwide. In fact, millennials and Gen Z now make up nearly 60% of online parts shoppers, and this number is growing according to an e-commerce shopper behavior report from Revolution Parts. These generations grew up with more access to the internet than any generation prior and saw consumer digital engagement expectations evolve alongside Amazon, which revolutionized online shopping globally. For them, a smooth shopping journey often takes precedence over significant discounts, as millennials and Gen Z prioritize convenience above everything else. The impact of these younger buyers on the parts industry is growing, and this shift emphasizes the importance of selling parts online. The next piece you need to consider is how you're going to drive revenue by selling parts online. One of the most important elements is choosing the right platform. Some of the key questions you should be asking your provider are, does it simplify the managing and fulfillment of orders? Does it provide a smooth customer experience? Does it guarantee fitment? Does it provide a smooth checkout process? And does it have quality images and detailed product descriptions to attract more buyers? And finally, it's important to look at how your business reaches the online market. Be sure to focus on volume over margins by pricing your items to be more competitive. This will help you sell more parts. While it feels comfortable to focus on margins, you make up the difference in volume and shipping. Customers also want to know you're a business they can trust. Providing great customer service will bring customers back time and time again, driving more revenue and referrals. Would you like to learn more on how you can create revenue in online parts sales? Visit Revolution Parts today at revolutionparts.com to get started.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Shon Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to shed light on the 5 speakers or panelists who you think are making waves by casting your vote. And don't forget, you can only vote once.